each member is going to synergize with another member, bring this to rotation. Basically, the program is going to run from today. We shall be introduced to the business ideas and how to spot opportunities. We shall also be briefed around the River Rizi and its conservation challenges today. Tomorrow we shall have much of the day in the field because we want to understand what takes place around River Rizi, and therefore with that experiential view, we should be able to begin spotting the opportunities. On day 3, we shall zoom into design thinking, and day 4, we shall be prototyping, and day 5, which will be a Friday, we will have to pitch our innovation. During the pitch, we expect you to give your best because they are awards, and really you should take these awards. Beyond this bootcamp, we have worked out details with Creative Campus. Some of the teams will be taken up there for further mentorship. And therefore, the bootcamp is not ending here. We are going to continue. We want to give it life. Also, with the support of CITT, we expect the ideas that come from here to be taken up, and they will be supported. So myself, on behalf of Project 1, I want to welcome you, and I will invite a member from Project 1, me I'm from Project 5, to say something, and then I will invite Creative Campus to say something also, and finally, we shall request the UCOB's project manager to do the official opening of the bootcamp. Over to you, Clophas.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tumhimse Manasseh. Yeah, for Project 1, we have our theme, Improved Conservation Practices for the Environment and Natural Resources. So we work so much on improved practices for environment and natural resources. So since we are going to work on River Rizi in this bootcamp, then you are in the right place. My name is Dr. Cleophas Karoma Kansime. I'm a Deputy Dean, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, and a member of Project 1. We have objectives in Project 1. You can even check here our objectives. We are looking at governance principles into natural resource and environmental conservation. We want to see how we can integrate those principles. And on the objective 1, we have PhD students who are working on governance principles. We have Junior Inomujuni, who is almost completing her PhD at the University of Village University, VUB, in Belgium. Then we have to determine the socio-ecological drivers and extent of degradation of rivers. So here we are focusing on about 4 rivers. We have River Rizi, it's around here in Mbarara. River Rwezamienda, it's around Bwindi. And these rivers will be focused on in the next project. These are found in Kasese and on the way to Poto, Munyagasani, River Nyagasani and Nyamwamba. We are going to look at this in the next. They are saying the PowerPoints are ready. Then integration. Also here we have PhD students, and one of them will present you what she's doing already around River Rizi. She's Patience Ayeska. She's going to present you what she's doing, and she's an expert now already in the river systems, looking at the environment and how it interacts with the presence of the hippos and other animals within River Rizi. Then we have integration of indigenous knowledge into conservation of environment and natural resources. On this, I'm talking about PhD students, but we also have master's students. And because the project is for 5 years, we already have, since we are now in the fourth year, we already have master's students that have graduated, and we have our model here who completed within the given time. Master's is 2 years, and he completed within 2 years. So he's one of the achievements that we have here in our project. So we are not going to get into many details, but we have been using the achievements today that we have in these 4 years. We have Citizen Science Network for Human Wildlife Conflicts. Here we have the citizen scientists both in Windi and around River Rees and Rekumburu National Park. And an expert in citizen science is Rogers. Rogers, people need to know. These are young people, they need to know you. So you need to tell them about citizen science. When we are taking break tea, you contact him about what we mean by citizen science. Then we have current co-management arrangements. We are having MOUs, especially with UA. So UA is our big partner. We have others, but also UA is our big partner in this capacity building of local residents. We have had capacity building with Vatwa, non-Vatwa in tour guiding, handcraft, and MDD. Then we also have Vatwa forest experience, which we also set up because the Vatwa were chased from the forest. So now for them to have that experience of the forest, we worked with UA to have access to the forest by putting a path within the forest as something to attract tourists. So when we go there or tourists go there, the Vatwa take the tourists around, tell them their original experiences when they were living in the forest. So whoever goes there gets that touch of the forest experience. Then these are some of our scholars that we talked about and their titles. And most of them now are in Belgium trying to complete their work with their supervisors. We are having a dual PhD. They are having a dual PhD between MUST and the universities in Belgium, University of Antwerp and VUB. So those are some of the students, but Roger has completed. So, and these are some of the river systems and the achievements that we are talking about. So when these students come back and you get an opportunity, they are going to take you through what they have been doing. So that's the summary, so that we start on the main issues of today. But we are doing well, and most of the things that we set in our objectives, we are almost completing. At first, we were headed by Dr. Medad to Inamasco, but when he became the general project implementer, then Charles Muchungzi, Dr. Charles Muchungzi took over. He will come back in the course of the week. You will see him. So we also have Ronald Tonjirwe as a team member, myself, Cleophas Karoma as a team member, Professor Grace Kargoro, Sister Jenny Atwa, Tomo Gwang, Patience Ayesiga, Ainomu Junior, Rogers Tinka Simiri, Dennis Arichirza, who is our project assistant. So if you want any assistance in project 1, you can contact Dennis. Completed here Bachelor of Science in Agriculture and Livelihoods, and he was one of our best students, and he was retained here. So try to be the best so that you are retained at MUST. I also studied here at MUST, Development Studies. I was a fresher in 2000 up to 2003, graduated early 2004, and I stayed here. I've never gone beyond here, except when I'm going for studies. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, Cleophas. As she has adequately elaborated, Project 1 is about conservation. And in the conservation, we have different challenges. They may be health related, they may be business related, they may be environment related, etc. But regardless of all these challenges, the purpose of this bootcamp is to come up with tech solutions, tech and engineering solutions. And that's why deliberately you as participants who are here most of you have been purposefully selected from engineering and FCI. The rest of the faculties are coming in to beef up these teams so that we have a comprehensive understanding of the challenges so that we are able to engage with the target beneficiaries and ultimately come up with solutions that work for our communities. So in a special way, I want to recognize now Creative Campus, and please, it's your time to say something, particularly on tech and engineering.
Thank you very much, Doctor. A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen in the room. Congratulations on making it to this bootcamp. Within you are very many green CEOs that we look at, and also you hold the future of those conservation solutions. And we'll be glad that one day in your speeches you will reference such a day and say, this idea actually started when I went to this bootcamp. Good morning once again. I'm called Sankara Byaruhanga. I lead Creative Campus. We are a youth-led tech hub here in Barara. And what we do is basically champion developing or development of tech solutions within the region. We also stretch, of course, a little bit within to digital solutions like digital media. We are, for instance, live on the university channel through creative media. But we also have some local solutions. I don't know how many of us have installed or used SIBO app in the room. Okay. Oh wow, I expected more than that. We are not doing well then. But yeah, so for those that have used SIBO, yeah, it's Mbarara's Glovo and locally developed at Creative Campus. Now, having been in that work for since 2023, we got an opportunity to be selected for the Mandela Washington Fellowship program, which saw us go spend 3 months in the US, learn from their models, were taken to their companies and the likes. And when we returned, we were now paired, to other alumni that are also that side. And because of that, one of them offered to mentor engineering students that are into conservation solutions. And so our question was, can you get us there some engineering students that can actually be under the mentorship of this professor? She will be talking to us later in the afternoon, Prof. Natalia at George Mason University, and she will be willing, after the boot camp, to spot the serious ones. We cannot all be serious. That's a rule of life. So the serious teams will continue under the mentorship. We'll even have an opportunity to go the other side and the rest of that. But when that question came, of course, we've been in the circles of UCOBs. We've been mentored by UCOBs. I think the first cohorts, especially with under sub Project 5, when they started those entrepreneurship bootcamp, all our team took part. And that mentorship has also grown into, brought us closer. And so the thought was, can we look at a synergy now with UCOBs? Because, you're already in the university, you're already supporting these innovators already, and we can do nothing but, engaging you and also getting. So that's how we get into the opportunity, and we are very glad that the synergy of P1 and P5 is making this happen. And for those of us that are good at reading and also interested in your country's affairs, you might be already aware that the National Development Plan, which is now the 4th, earmarks Mbarara City to be a green city. the same way you can have Fort Portal being earmarked to be a tourism city. So Mbarara, they are looking at every other, if they say a green city in Mbarara, I mean in Uganda, in some years to come, they want Mbarara to be there. And what that means is also that all eyes are on Mbarara University of Science and Technology. So we believe that if there's going to be those disruptive green technologies to come through, the whole country is looking at us. That was proved at least with COVID-19, if you remember, that Prof. Ogwang needed to be secured, needed to be protected at all costs because he was a national treasure. And now the next national treasure is seated within us. And that will be a champion of a green tech solution. When we mention tech, unfortunately, some of us then think that we should leave this to computing guys and engineering guys, which is actually not true. If you look at the most champions of tech solutions within the world, actually just joined the tech side. If you can talk maybe in the interest of time, the richest gentleman living, Elon Musk, was not born an engineer, but if you have watched his interviews, the interest in solving within that lane got him to be a top engineer within SpaceX and whatever. So it is the same thing that we are talking about here, and we are glad that we are now going to have interdisciplinary teams. We have business students in here. We have some business students. When we raised the call, unfortunately, there are not many that applied. Okay, at least we have so far a representation of 1. We expect around 6 more. We have people from planning and community. Yeah, sure. A representation of 3 so far. We expect around 6 more. Yeah, around 6 more. Do we have students from the education faculty yet? We expect 8 of them. None of them is already here, is here yet. Okay, do we have some people from the Faculty of Medicine? Medicine related? Health sciences, yes, okay. A representation of 4, we expect 6 more to be joining us. Do we have someone now from computing? Computing. Exactly, so yeah, we have quite a number. And engineering? Okay. This is really way below the belt. 3 representing, we expect quite a number also coming through. And so as you can be able to see, we put together teams that should be able to work together from different perspectives, and also this actually does not have to end on Friday when we get to the 12th deadline mark. Otherwise, it's teams that will be formed from here. They will definitely be able to continue developing. Thank you very much, Doctor. As Creative Campus, our role is actually largely on the post-bootcamp engagement. But we are very glad that we start this together. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Sankara likes to be humble, but their role is beyond the boot camp, but they are directly involved. Tomorrow, they will be involved with the tree planting exercise, which they will be coordinating with Project 1, and the rest of us will be participants. So on the Heroes Day, we shall also be heroes by planting trees alongside river reason. So I think he's deeply involved. You can see the media is with us. So really, we appreciate your contribution to this synergy. Project manager, I take now this pleasure to invite you, but before you come, I would like to recognize my colleagues that I will be facilitating this event with. In a special way, I will want to recognize the Secretariat for Project 1, which has put up this, please, for recognition. I want to recognize the Secretariat for Project 5, which is behind there. and I believe you are doing all the attendance. They are already up to date. I want to recognize my fellow mentors. My fellow mentors, please stand up for recognition by the PM. Mentors for, Dr. Sarah, she's there behind. Madame Nuriat. So when you are signing and you are seeing the names, now connect them with the faces. Thank you for being here. Please, she's another mentor on conservation side. And there is also Dr. Prudence, who always opens our trainings. And shortly, really, we are going to see her here. Several other members are going to be joining us during the week, and I believe it's going to be a rewarding week. Now, I take this pleasure to invite you to talk to this audience, and thereafter welcome us to the breakfast.
Thank you, Dr. Manasseh. Thank you all for welcoming me. It is a pleasure to be at this boot camp. I'm a fan of boot camps. I see them as an orchard where we harvest fruits and give them to the world. So thank you for being here. I would like to request the ladies who are participating to stand up for purposes of gender recognition. Please stand up. Yes. I'll ask the gentleman who is seated next to you to give you a big handshake. Because every time we have ladies in the house, in a boot camp, in any mission, did they shake your hand? Good, wonderful. We are going somewhere. Thank you so much. Also the gentlemen, thank you for being here. So this boot camp particularly is being facilitated by Mbarara University of Science and Technology, by UCOBS, and Creative Media. Yes, give us a big hand clap for facilitating this initiative. To give you a bit of a background about UCOBS, there's a time some partners in Belgium felt the need to tackle some demographic challenges within Africa. And they expressed that need. And when they did, they said they wanted to work with universities. We started submitting our interest too. So Mbarara University is one of the universities in Africa that expressed interest in collaborating with these universities in Belgium to tackle demographic challenges in Africa. Together with other universities, Mountains of the Moon had expressed interest also. We have another university in Kenya, Jomo Kenyatta something, recently Gulu University. So there are many universities in Africa that care about solving demographic challenges. So luckily for MUST, we were selected. We were assessed as an institution that has existed for a long time and has actually tackled some of these challenges. And this is how we came to collaborate with Valoris, one of the big funding partners in Belgium. So for MUST, we said it will be called the UCOBS project. It will be the university as a facilitator of community-based sustainable solutions to demographic challenges. And for us, we wanted to focus on southwestern Uganda. So that is what we are doing. The local coordinator of this project is supposed to have been here, but he did not make it. He's caught up somewhere. My name is Asimwe Lydia. I work as the project manager for this project, and I'm representing or standing in for our local coordinator. Please welcome me in that regard. Yes. Thank you so much. Yes. So what do we do about these challenges? How are we tackling them? We are tackling them through, number one, research. And you have been shown only 3 students, but we have a total of 16 students that we have given scholarships to do PhDs and masters. And each of them is doing research relating to a demographic challenge in southwestern Uganda. Rogers is one of them. Is Patience here yet? She's online, yes. Is she in Belgium? Oh, yes, okay. So through research, through capacity building, these boot camps are part of our capacity building initiative, especially for students. Do you know that the students who participated in the boot camp of FEB are being flown to Belgium to participate in another boot camp in Belgium? That is how far we will go to build the capacity across cultures, across nations, across the international platform. So stay with us. You never know where we will take you. Okay? And so we also do it through community development programs. We are actually field-based. The way you see us here, we are mostly in the field. Rogers, Dennis, they are always in the field. Because we want also to reach the people for whom we are trying to solve their challenges. We are the brains. Of course, as a university, we are the brains, we are the innovators, but we must step in the field and see what they are seeing, feel how they feel. We recently installed solar panels in the Batwa homes. We had to go there, live with them, understand them, see their challenges, come up with solutions. You see what we are doing? Through community development programs, through infrastructure development. Here at the university alone, I think we have installed quite a number of computers in our computer labs. Infrastructure investment. We have installed machines into very many labs at this university. The soil science lab, the energy lab, and many others. And now we are about to construct a high-risk ward in the hospital and furnish it. That is part of our infrastructure development program. And we operate in 6 sub-projects. You will be hearing sub-project, sub-project, sub-project. We operate in 6 sub-projects. Each sub-project tackling an area that has a demographic challenge. So for this boot camp, 2 sub-projects came together. Sub-project 1 that is dealing with, am I pointing in the right direction? That is dealing with environmental conservation. That is a very sensitive area to us, to preserve the environment. We also have sub-project 2. It's not part of this synergy, but they are also tackling issues to do with food security, scientific ways of increasing food production and preservation. And they are always in the field with gardens doing research and science, with also citizen scientists that Rogers will be explaining at break tea. We also have sub-project 3. They are dealing with alternative sources of energy. And we have had a lot of innovations in that area. They are the ones who took solar panels among the Batwa. So what they are doing is they are trying, I think, to relieve the pressure we are putting on the trees to get energy by creating alternative sources. We also have sub-project 4, which is dealing with gender, sexual, reproductive health and rights. Gender, that's why I was asking the ladies, it is very important to us. And as we even write the report of this boot camp, Dennis, we must indicate gender issues. How are we as women participating in the conservation of riveries, for example? You see where I'm going? We have sub-project 5, which is here, under the leadership of Dr. Manasseh. that is dealing with youth employability issues. And finally, sub-project 6, dealing with ICT uptake. That one cuts across all the other sub-projects. So we are here. We are here, and together with you, at the end of this boot camp, a demographic challenge will be resolved. I was doing some reading and I discovered 0.1 of Uganda's national budget goes to environmental conservation. 0.1 of the entire national budget. Then I realized that 10% of the budget goes to health. Buying drugs, paying doctors, buying syringes and building hospitals, hospital beds where to admit us when we are 10%. Yet to me, I see a correlation between the conservation of the environment and health. Does anyone see a relationship there? What I see is once we hit the nail on conserving the environment and the physical features, the rivers, the lakes, the forests, the rocks, the mountains, the soils, then we live a healthy life. The air we breathe is cleaner. The water we drink is better. Everything is better once the environment has been improved. And a healthy population is a working population. We are economically developing the country. We are creating jobs. We are working. We are eradicating poverty. You see how they are all related? So I felt if I was the Minister of Finance, I would do it the other way. 10% environmental conservation, 0.1% on health. Because cases have significantly declined. We must put effort in conserving what God gave us. So humans can live longer, humans can work harder, and we can develop this nation better. So what you're starting in the bootcamp today is not just an activity. It is not another activity we are ticking off. This is going to have a long-term impact even on the future generations to come. How well do you know River Riz? I think I know this river better than most of you. I grew up near the river. When I was a young child, I lived in Ruharo, near Mbarara Junior Primary School. My grandfather was the dean of the St. James Cathedral. So we lived near Mbarara Junior, Mbarara High School on that hill. Back in the 80s. And our source of water at the time was on this river. We would carry small jerrycans and slope down to River Riz and fetch its brown water. It has been brown for a long time. We saw students of Mbarara High School swim in this river. Some of them drowned in that river. The other one is laughing, he knows. There's a student of Mbarara High School who had come from Canada. And he came and boasted he was new, and he said he was a master swimmer, that he had done a lot of swimming in the Canadian pools and oceans. The boys got him and took him to River Riz, and they said, show us. They threw him there. The boy was struggling. That river is fast, the current is high. The boy was struggling, so the others were cheering. Kumbe, the boy was drowning. Then they said he got up and put his hands up and went back. They clapped. He was gasping for air. Then again he disappeared. They said they saw a kafuro, like soap. There was a. The boy disappeared. Then he got up from the other side, put his hand. They clapped again. He was going. And finally he disappeared. The boy, they looked for him. His parents came for very many days. They found him at Ngarona Mwenda. There's a place called Ngarona Mwenda where they put a net in the river. His body was there with a lot of cotton wool and syringes. Do they have a plural? Are they syringes or syringe? On his face. So when you go to that net of Ngarona Mwenda, it appears the hospital dumps most of its cotton and everything. So he was buried in there. And they got him out. Long story short, we lost him. But then I asked myself, where does the hospital actually dump its things? Maybe things have changed now, I don't know. But we grew up near that river in the 80s. So recently I went back to the river for quiet time. That's where I do my spiritual quiet time, near that river. And they have cut down the entire forest that used to surround the river. I could see the river was now bare. I have sentiments. I'm attached to that river. So when you go into this, go in it with all your energy. Imagine what would happen if riveries ceased to exist. The animals that would be affected, the human beings, the vegetation. Think about it, how it affects you as a person. Give it your all when you go there. And by doing that, at the end of this week, we will have saved the environment, we will have saved lives, we will have saved the economy, and we will have impacted the nation. With those few words, I declare this boot camp open and officially functional, and I invite you to the break tea that has already been served. Succeed, we must. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, she's an active member to the Harrow Church. The church affairs, I'm very weak at them. That I pray in my heart. So, can somebody volunteer a prayer among the participants, please?
Yes, morning everyone. My name is Akanina Junior from Faculty of Computing, Informatics. I'm happy to be here. So, humble yourselves for our prayer. Oh, loving God, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for we have gathered here. We have gathered to solve, to find problems. Pray that you guide us through this boot camp. It's a 5-day boot camp. Help us live this place as changed people. Help us know each other. Help us guide our friends. Help us live this place as one. Be with us, guide us, help us get knowledge. Help us live this place as changed people. I pray all this through you, trusting and believing. Amen.
Amen. So, mentors, please join the project manager, and then the rest will follow. We are going to make it a working break tea in the interest of time.
I felt the strong wind. Heard a small voice saying the storm is over. Storm is over.
Year others have finished second year. So what dream do you have by 2050? Looking at how old you are now, where you are. So by 2050, add 24 years from today. How would you like yourself to be? What type of Uganda would you like to see? I had someone who had a response.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Renda Trevor Enoch. The Uganda that I dream of by 2050 is a Uganda where we have low employment rates. That meaning 78% of the people, especially the youth, are employed. I dream of a Uganda where we have more of smart cities and more of better health facilities and a better education sector.
Thank you very much. Smart city, employment. That is wonderful.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Bethias, a counselor from Faculty of Engineering, and what I dream, what Uganda I dream by 2050 is a Uganda where we, especially in the education system, where we focus more on education and on education that fosters innovation and entrepreneurship, shifting from training people to seek for jobs and instead creating builders, creating people who can start their own projects through the power of innovation and entrepreneurship so that we can create more jobs, because that's one way we can create more jobs and solve the unemployment problem that currently faces us today.
Thank you very much. You're also emphasizing on employment.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Atkwatirio Fadida. My dream is by 2050, in Uganda, we should be able to manufacture most of the things and reduce on importation of most of the items that we use in our country, and also doing value addition in most of the things that we produce. Thank you.
Value addition. I need one gentleman and a lady. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm Nobata Hereza from the Faculty of Computing and Informatics. Yeah, I dream of a Uganda where we have increased life expectancy. Yeah, for example, at the moment, the life expectancy in Uganda is around 45. And this is mainly because of our health and ignorance, where people are dying because of sanitary diseases, and mainly the causes of people's death is due to their ignorance about the environment and how to keep themselves clean. Yeah, so I dream of a Uganda where our life expectancy has increased and people are aware of what they should do with the environment to keep themselves alive. Yeah, thank you.
I need a lady, and you are the very, very last gentleman.
Okay. I respect you all in your different capacities. I'm Ambituary Desire, and I'm from the Faculty of Agriculture and Environmental Science, formerly known as Interdisciplinary Studies. So for me, my dream, I wish to see Uganda in 2050 dealing more in organic things, like organic herbicides, organic acaricides, organic pesticides, everything being organic. So I also dream of seeing Uganda having better storage facilities of food and having a better food security, and also people learning how best they can conserve the environment, having the limited resources and capital they have. Then I also dream of seeing Uganda using its natural resources like forests, water bodies, and everything. Then I also dream of a peaceful Uganda without corruption and jail or prison. We don't have court cases, like people have what to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Desire. Lastly, one last person. The ladies, you have refused to talk. So let's swear. Okay.
Yeah, I dream of a clean Uganda whereby we shall have a sustainable environment with well protected forests, swamps, and all those resources. And then, like, we should have a Uganda, for example, in Barra City, where we find polythene bags, all those things being littered around. So we should have a Uganda that is very clean, like there are no polythene bags, and that is it.
Oh, thank you very much. So now the next question, or what we should be thinking about. By 2050, we want a clean environment, we want population to be employed, we want clean cities, we want organic way of doing things. So what skill do you have to be part of the solution? Because the solution lies with you. We are part of the solution. What we want to see, we should be able to be part of that solution. So think about yourself now as an individual. What specific skill do you have that can be part of the solution? I want you to think about yourself, and then I will ask at random. We have seen so many dreams where we want to be. And that brings us to the problems or challenges that we are facing today, but we want a better tomorrow. So what specific skill do you have as you that can be part of the solution? Have you thought about any? The specific skill that you have? Not yet. Still thinking. Anyone who is done with thinking? Any specific skill that you have as you? You can speak up. I like that. Social engineering skills, what are they? More light. So that implies that you do not deal with machines only. You interface with human beings. Sorry. You interface with human beings, so you must work with human beings as you interact or as you interface with the machines as an engineer. Yeah, any other skill that can help to have our dream come true by 2050? Anyone who has thought of a specific skill? Okay, you can share the skill. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, you want to share? You said you are Pathias?
I am Bethias Akansasila. Yeah. One of the skills me personally, some of the skills me personally have, and I feel they can contribute to achieving that dream. One of them is strategic thinking, because the difference between where we are today and where we want to get is a plan. It's the plan that's missing. That means we need a strategy. We need strategists that can draft plans and we follow them to achieve that dream. And then another one is digital skills and innovativeness. For example, like at the moment I'm building some web app which I believe is going to be helping pharmaceutical students and biotechnology students to innovate and make or discover drugs basing on our indigenous knowledge and other factors. So, and another skill which I have and I feel it's essential is communication skills, because you create your world by your word. If you can't communicate what you have in your mind, no one else will perceive it. So we need people who should really champion these dreams by transferring them to other people, even to other generations that are coming through communication, effective communication.
Thank you very much. You have outlined different skills, but the skills become helpful if they are communicated, and other people benefit from the skills that you have. So all of us, we have those unique skills. That's why we are dealing with an interdisciplinary group of students. From each of you, you have those special skills, some which are technical, those you get from your training, but there are those that are inborn. You may have that skill which you have not acquired from class, but it is a skill which can be very helpful, and it becomes effective once it is communicated and you also put it into practice. So now we come to the core of our discussion this morning. We say that entrepreneurs will shape the future we want to see. We have those skills, the way we implement them, the way we do them. We may be not doing them in a way that can describe you as an entrepreneur. So when we say that entrepreneurs will shape the future, all of the different skills we have outlined, they can be used to define you as an entrepreneur. So before we basically understand, or before we define, I wanted to hear from your own perspective. What is entrepreneurship? Or who is an entrepreneur? So that we see the different skills, how can we convert them to make us entrepreneurs? Who has that quick definition of an entrepreneur? Or entrepreneurship? Because what we have talked about, yes, you do, you implement, but there is something that I want us to basically capture. What must come out if you have to be one of these people who are going to solve the what? The world problems. And that is an entrepreneur. So what is entrepreneurship? Yes. Your name and then you have making a product or producing a product with the main aim of earning from it. So that is very good. But there is something small that I've not heard from that definition. You make a product with the aim of earning from it. So that product is for who? Wow, wow. So repeat it so that you can capture it. Everyone can hear.
Yeah, an entrepreneur is someone who identifies a problem and in the process of solving it, designs a product that can be earned from, and they are willing to take a risk and make it work.
Thank you. So from his supplements, you also wanted to add something? Okay. So you are in agreement. You are an entrepreneur identifies a problem and provides that solution. In providing the solution, you make sure that you earn from the solution. So any skill that you have, if you have to be defined as an entrepreneur, it must be solving someone's problem. But you don't only solve people's problems, you must earn from your solution. That is why entrepreneurs are different from other people you may see in business. They are business people and then they are entrepreneurs. So you can be in business, but when you are not an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur adds more. There is more that he adds on his menu. There is that risk-taking, those uncertainties, and then you provide a solution to a problem. You don't just start a business and you say, I'm at must. Let me start a business of manufacturing pens. You may manufacture pens, you want to make a profit, but you may not be solving someone's problem. So when you have to be an entrepreneur, you must do that thorough problem identification so that the solution that you provide will be able to solve someone's problem. So when we say that entrepreneurs will shape the future we want to see, we have already identified where we want to be by 2050. So an entrepreneur automatically will be part of the solution. So in short, we say solving entrepreneurship refers to solving a problem, need or want for a customer and getting paid for it. That has been well defined by you. So I have another small question. You, in your locality, where you come from, around some of you have been here for 3 years, for 2 years. Do you know any enterprising person? Someone you can say this is an entrepreneur, according to that definition. Someone has a product, the product has solved people's problems, and he's earning rich from it. Do you know anyone around where you come from, around here? Even amongst the students, they are students entrepreneurs. Because most of you have businesses there. Someone talked of a web. So what is the purpose of that web? Is it to just be an innovator, or you have some business mind behind it? Okay. Okay. So any entrepreneur that you know? Yes. He's making money from his products. You had another example.
From Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, doing planning and community development. One entrepreneur that I know is called Engineer Godfrey Mtabazi, who is dealing with making Royal Springs natural mineral water and royal juice. He has solved so far community problems where people will have got access to clean water, and again is making profits from the business.
Thank you. He's making water solve people's problems and earning from that business. So so far we have identified 2 or 3 entrepreneurs that we can talk about. Are there key characteristics that can define them? What makes them successful? Because we have to copy. If we have to venture into that business, there are certain characteristics, certain personality traits that we must have in order to be as successful as those people. So can we outline what makes them successful? The key qualities of a good entrepreneur. Yes.
Their ability to take risks.
They are risk takers, ability to take risks.
They actually take calculated risks.
They don't only take risks.
Yeah.
They take calculated risks.
Yeah, and also they are innovative.
I wanted you to expound on that. What are the calculated risks?
Before you take a risk, you first analyze it, look at of course, what if it doesn't work out, whether to drain the whole source of income maybe, and also look at the gains later. Like you first analyze that risk, you don't just bump into it.
It's not a matter of taking risks.
Yeah,
you
and
have to first
think
understand that risk very well.
Yeah, and they are innovative. You add value to whatever you're doing. You change a product. You don't copy someone's business. Or you can copy it but add something.
You add some value
to be different from them.
Okay, thank you once again. One of the characteristics or the traits I see in most entrepreneurs is resilience. These people are resilient. They don't easily give up on what they have put their mind on. And even when they face setbacks and challenges, they are always ready to push through, sit back and strategize and build again. So one of the things that has made them successful is resilience. That's one of the traits I see in most entrepreneurs.
Resilience. When you when you get losses today, you don't say I have given up and closed the business. Okay. Any other? Yeah. You can use your voice.
My name is Divine Allen Nalwanga from Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. I'm doing a bachelor's in planning and community development. I believe that an entrepreneur is supposed to be financially literate. You must know how to make money, how to make a budget of your income and expenses, how to make profits and reinvest them so that you can expand your business. Thank you.
Thank you. So you should be able to invest. It is like a sacrifice. I expect some response from one of the entrepreneurs around the campus. What characteristics made you one of them?
Yes, my name is Mumbe Robert. And one of the things that has kept me in business.
What do you do?
What I do, I basically do liquid soap. I do liquid soap making and I supply to different hotels and petrol stations. But it's all about consistency. And if you're not available, maybe they tell you, we need an order, and you tell them you are not around, then there you're dropping your sales. So I'll talk about consistency. That's
So
what
you
has
have
kept.
to be consistent.
Yeah.
And in you are being consistent, you have to keep adding value. The quality of your product matters. So when we are talking about this entrepreneur, you do not only take the risk, but you take a calculated risk. You have to be persistent, you have to be consistent, you have to be resilient, you have to innovate, you think of new ideas, etc. So my presentation will be in form of questions mainly. So now I want us to think about, all of us should think about, how can I be one of them? Because, for example, here we have two examples of entrepreneurs amidst us. I know there are many, but we have him, we have him. So if you wanted to be one of them, automatically you must think of that business idea. You don't just come up and say, I want to do this. There must be some idea that you think about, and that idea must be business-like. It should not be political, it should not be social, but it should be business-like. So when we are talking of a business idea, I may take you to how we can define it. Then we see how you can basically shape your idea. So how can we define a business idea? A business idea. Because we have so many ideas. So many ideas. Politicians usually have political ideas. Before you come to stand for elections, you have that political idea, in most cases shaped by the economic motive. So when we think of a business idea, what comes into your mind? Because my next question is, where do we get those business ideas from? Yes, please. A concept that one can use to make money. Can we add anything, or we take that? So a business idea is that concept that shapes your what? How are you going to generate the money? How am I going to be an entrepreneur? So that business idea is that concept that helps you to think about what you want to do and how you want to do it. So where do we usually get those business ideas from? For example, if I was to ask you, which business would you start if you got 1 million today? Where would you get that business idea from? So reading, you can read and get an idea. You can listen to the radio and get an idea. Yes, please. Generated from existing problems. Yes. So when you have to think of a business idea, you remember the definition of entrepreneurship. We said you must be solving someone's problem. So you cannot solve someone's problem if you don't know those problems. So once you know the problem, then it becomes very easy to generate a business idea.
I'm Nelson. So one way is by identifying the gaps around your community. Yes. Just look at what is missing and then
you look at the gaps in your community, identify what is missing, so it is almost connected with his. So understanding problems, understanding gaps, so as to provide a solution. Any other source of a business idea? Dennis?
So the first one was through education and training. It can be through seminars that we attend and education itself at school. We gain some skills, we end up getting a thought, a plan of starting up a business. Then the second one was the existing businesses that we see in our communities where we move. We tend to copy them and we end up like we should also start a business like that one.
So there you are, a very true Ugandan. Because Ugandans, once you start a business, then you see many people around that same area starting the same business. So that is his contribution to that. Any other source of business idea we have not talked about?
Through the customer complaints. Let's
Through?
say customer complaints. Let's say there is a business in a village, maybe it closes early, like at 6 p.m. and the customers are complaining that the retailer maybe closes early. One can easily start a business that works over the night.
Thank you. So through complaints, when the customers complain, then it gives you an idea that there is something that they need. So, yes, please get the mic.
For me, I think you can generate ideas from the resources around the environment. For example, when you see plastics and you see a lot of like waste, you can say, you know what, I can start up an urban farm in town, or I can start conserving the environment by recycling. So you generate your idea from the resources available.
So you can get the idea from the environment around you. Then lastly,
Okay, thank you. One other way I feel has not been talked about and is also essential in creating a business idea is observing the forces of demand and supply. For example, if you know of a certain product that is very abundant in a certain area, you can also identify another area where it's scarce, and you transport that product from where it's abundant to the area where it's scarce, and there you'll make some good money. Yeah.
okay, so you can study your environment, see what is surplus here and where there is a shortage, then you transport to where there is shortage, and so by using that, you can get a source of a business idea. So now our next is, we have so many ideas that come on board. If you got that money or you got that opportunity, you went into the environment, the customers complained, you may think of any business idea. But not all business ideas are good. Sometimes we start and fail. You sit behind, there is a certain clip I saw. A certain guy was, he started a business of being a pastor. So you have seen that. So when he said that when you start a what? A bad business. So he stood behind the what? He had the shelter, the chairs, he had his Bible, he had the basket, and stood there. There was no customer coming. And he waited. In the evening, he got his basket and went home. So he was like, I started a what? A bad business. Maybe he didn't do enough market research. He didn't maybe place it where it was supposed to be, you know. If you have to be a pastor, you have to target where people will come and enter your church. Because if you put it maybe next to a mosque and the people around there are Muslims, then you may not get what? The customers that you need. So you must have a certain criteria to follow in order to make that business idea come out the way you want it to come out. So the first criteria of a good business idea is there must be a problem, there must be a need that is worth solving. There is when you may assume that this is a problem and it is not worth solving, or even you are not able to solve that problem. Some problems are beyond our means. So when you have to think of an idea, you have to make sure the problem you want to solve is worth solving. There must be a problem behind that business idea. So when we talk about the problem, to be worth solving, to be defined as a problem, it must be urgent, it must be frequent. What we mean by that, for example, if you wanted to start a business around campus, which business would you think about around campus here?
Making daddies and cookies.
So she thinks of making daddies and cookies. Why? Is there a problem? There is a problem? There is. They support your business idea. Is there a problem?
Especially on lunchtime, they can come and buy some things from there.
So she says around lunchtime, students can come and buy. So when you provide some food around lunchtime, is it urgent? Is eating urgent? Is it frequent? Because once you eat, we have just had break tea, but by lunchtime we shall need to go back and what? And eat again. So eating is frequent and it is urgent. So when you are solving such a problem, then that is a good business idea. That is what we mean. So for any problem you think about, any idea you think about, there must be a problem, and that problem must be urgent and frequent. So if you solve, it may be a problem, but it may not be frequent. Once someone takes that item, he will not come back again in the next 2 years. So as a business person, you are not in business. So the problem must be frequent and it must be urgent. Someone must be wanting a solution. It must be urgent. So that is criteria number 1. A good business idea, there must be a problem which is urgent and frequent. The second criteria, this must be solving, so it must be a solution for a specific group of people or business. So the business you think about, it must be a business that will help to solve problems for a specific group of people or businesses, and we call that customer segmentation. So when you think of a business idea, you have to think about your customers who will buy my product. If I made the daddies, who would be my target customers? If you don't think about the customers, then you may end up with a business which is, it may be very good, but it may not be a very good business idea. Like this guy who started a church may be in a wrong place. He didn't think about people who would use his what? His product. So in the market segmentation or customer segmentation, the customer segment must be large and growing. If you want to make daddies at must, then you are guided by the population at must. And that population must be big and growing. Yesterday, the MP of Bushenyi Shaka municipality was giving a speech, and in his speech he said, in this academic year, he happens to be a proprietor for KIU. So he said, in this academic year, we are expecting more than 1,000 new students coming here. So as people of the area, think about what are you going to offer? What are you going to sell to make sure that you get money from this what? From this population. So if you are a business person and you look at the population that is coming into town, then you have to think very fast. Can I construct a hostel? Can I think of a food stall? Can I think of selling stationery? So when you are thinking of a business idea, the customer segment must be growing. You don't target 10 people. In the business, 10 people may not give you the returns that you want. You look at the population, you look at the customer segment, there it must be growing, and they must be accessible. You must be someone who can easily access them. So do you think of any customers that are not easy to access? You think around us here. Do you think of some customers that are not very easy to access? If you had to start a business and you are targeting them, you find it very difficult to access them. Any example you can give us of customers that are not easy to access? You have your product, you are moving, but you cannot easily access those people. Examples? Give him the mic.
For example, like starting a pork joint in a Muslim community.
Starting a pork joint in a Muslim community. The population may be there, it may be growing, but not easily accessible. So once you start such a business, automatically you will fail. You get it? So when you are thinking of any business idea, you think about your customers and think about the customers you can easily access. Yeah. So in customer segmentation, we have 3 different types. We have what we call business selling to another business. So that is B2B. Because when you are starting a business or when you have that business idea, you don't target everybody. You must be very specific because you want to produce what is specific for that group of people you are targeting. So among the different segments, we have a business that may sell to another business. You may sell directly to the consumer, someone who is going to use your product. And then you may sell to the government. So again, I ask another question. An example of a business that sells to another business that you know. Send him the mic. A business that sells to another business.
Wholesale business.
Wholesale
business.
So these are business people who sell to other business people. Then an example of a business where you sell direct to the customers. The retailers, those who have retail shops, they sell directly to the customers. Then we have businesses that sell to the government. Any example? So pharmacies that deal directly with the government, those deal with the government directly. We have in agriculture where you have, when you sell to the government, the seedlings or the piglets, depending on what the government is buying. So there you have a business, but you are selling to the government. So those are the 3 different segments. You can sell to the customer, you can sell to the business, you can sell to the government. So among the different examples we have here is, have you used this in your traveling? The safe border. Some have not, some have. So when we talk about the safe border as a business, we get how the guy who thought about this as a solution, basically there was a problem of transportation in Kampala, not only Kampala, but all cities, all towns, all urban areas. So this basically came as a business idea looking at the problem that was being experienced in the transportation in terms of kidnapping customers. When the customer is on a border, they cannot trace where the customer has reached. So the border guy can decide to misuse his transport system, either to steal, you don't negotiate, you don't know that exactly my border guy will take me to where I'm going. So the proprietor looked at that as a very big problem and offered a solution. So when you use a safe border, you are traced. They know where you have reached. Then the distance will be the determinant of the price. So the border guy will not be the one to determine, but the company determines through that app. And basically, he was designing this. He was not selling to low-income earners who use the matatu. He was basically targeting people who are ready to pay because the distance will determine the price. So he was not selling to people with cars, and he was selling to people who have smartphones. So if you don't have a smartphone, you are not able to use a safe border. So in his segmentation, he was basically very specific. And in research, we call that inclusion and exclusion criteria. So when you have your business idea and you are trying to segment your customers, then you must know exactly the type of customer you are targeting. You may be targeting the youth, but not all the youth. You may be targeting the youth out of school to be your customers. You may be targeting the youth in secondary school. What they use, it is not what you use as university students. So in customer segmentation, you have to be very exact and very specific in order to target your customers and you do the right thing. So that was the Safe Borders customer segmentation addressing criteria number 2. Then criteria number 3, your idea should solve the problem better than existing solutions. Usually in business, you cannot say I'm the first person to solve this problem or to offer a solution. So the idea you bring on board, there are other people who are in the same business. They have thought about it, they are already in business. But what you have to think about is to make sure that the idea you bring on board is better than any other existing solution. So how do you ensure that? You have to have that unique value proposition. What is very unique about the product that you have, that makes it different from other products. So like the safe border we have looked at, there are many borders. But that unique value that the safe border has is that element of safety. Once you sit on a safe border, then you are sure your safety is guaranteed. So that makes them different. What makes a certain, let's take an example of mineral water. So many people have manufactured mineral water. So what makes your mineral water different? What makes Renzoli different from, any other type of mineral water that we have? We have Renzoli, we have she water, Shiba, Westlake, so many types, But each type has its own unique value proposition. And you find that someone's water is Westlake. And that is why he wants Westlake other than the other types of water. So when you are thinking of a business idea, have that uniqueness that will make people attracted to your product and not to another product, though it may be similar to your product. So when we talk about that uniqueness, that product you produce must be unique. And you may make it unique by either branding, you make it so attractive. You may make it unique by improving the quality better than the other products. Even the packaging, it may have more quantity than the other. So you make sure that there is some uniqueness that makes your product different. And then your team must have the expertise to solve the problem. You don't join a product, you don't join a business where you don't have that expertise. Because you must have the expertise to solve people's problems. If you want to go into the web creation, but you don't have that technical bit. So the one in website, are you a student of?
Yes, I'm a student of biomedical engineering, but then I also have skills in programming, Python, and also currently also vibe coding. You can vibe code, and also I believe in cooperation. I'm getting a team, building up a team that's helping me out. So
Yeah. So you may think of a business idea, and you don't have all the necessary skills that you have, and you must work with. That's why there is your team. You may not work alone. You may incorporate in the team that has the skill that you don't have. But what is very key, your team must have the expertise to solve the problem. If you start a catering business, you want to make daddies, make sure that you are able to make the daddies so that you solve people's problems. You must have that expertise. And the idea that you have must be better than existing solutions in the market. That is the key point. So in the uniqueness, we have already talked about this. The uniqueness must be very key to the customer. Why would the customer choose you over the competition? Because if the customer cannot choose you, you parade your products, but the customer will choose someone's product, not your product. Know that criteria number 3 is lacking. The unique value proposition should solve the problem and desires of customers. That's why we said your team must have the what? The expertise. It must have the ability. Then obviously your product must be cheaper than the other products. It must be of better quality. It must be convenient. It must be faster. And it must give customers a better experience. So that is the unique value proposition that you have to put in mind when you are choosing or selecting that business idea among the many ideas that you may be having. Then the last criteria of a business idea is you can earn from it. So we said that business idea, it must be solving a certain problem. It must target a specific group of people. It must solve the problem better than existing solutions, and then you must earn from it. So whatever we have talked about, if you are not earning from your idea, then that is a bad business idea. So you make sure you can earn money from it. That means people want to pay for the solution, and then your income is bigger or is higher than the expenses. What you put in and what you get out matters. So if you invest in 1 million shillings, and at the end of the cycle, you have only gotten out 500,000 shillings, it means it is a bad business idea. So you must get more than you invested, and people must be willing to pay for your solution. So those are the 4 important criteria in a business idea. So I want us to finally think about the business opportunity spotting. You may have a good business, you may have a good business idea, but you may fail to spot an opportunity. Because we talked about different opportunities. The environment gives us an opportunity, where we are gives us an opportunity. So how do you spot that opportunity? How do you make sure that you grab it? So in business opportunity spotting, there are different questions you have to think about. And these are the codes. When you are thinking of a business opportunity, the first code is what frustrates you. Usually when you think about what frustrates you, it gives you the what? It gives you a business idea. Because what frustrates you needs a solution. So in quick, like 3 responses, what frustrates you as a student now? Because we are dealing with students. Just think, what frustrates you? As a student or in your community.
So once again, I can say that what frustrates us as students, me, personally, me, it is just during coming for afternoon lectures.
So afternoon lectures, that thirsty
Yes.
feel. So that frustrates you. So if you were to think of a business idea, what would you think?
A business idea maybe can start up making juice, cold juice.
Okay, so juice would be a what? A quick solution you would think about.
Yes.
Okay, let's hear from him.
Basically, for me, it's washing clothes.
So washing clothes frustrates you?
Yes, a lot.
A lot. It does not only frustrate you, but it frustrates you?
A lot.
A lot. So what could you think about?
If someone could come up with washing, at least a washing machine business, and put some creativity on how can make with the students to come and support that, I know I can mobilize for more customers. Yeah.
So what frustrates him is washing clothes while at campus. Anyone who has any frustration? Any more frustration?
The transportation costs to town. For us, we're from Chumro campus, so the transportation costs to come to town, buy food, and go back really frustrates not only me, I'm sure a lot, very many Chumro students.
So studying from Chihumuro, then you have maybe to sleep in town, and then transport costs.
Exactly.
So you are talking of collecting food?
No, not really. I was thinking if someone would come up with like, see, like we have Safe Border app, right? Could come up with an app like that, but majorly is for delivery, right? You call someone, you have someone there. You call, you'll be like, go to town, pick this, deliver this to Humro. I feel like that would be cheaper than someone coming from the other side to this side.
Okay, I can feel your frustration. So transacting businesses between Chumura and town frustrates you greatly. Yeah, anyone who feels frustrated, as if you had shared your frustration, there is another frustration there.
What frustrates me is examination pressure. You find that when it's time for examinations, you're already fearing what the lecturer has said even before you see it. And then you find you have to read very hard, wake up very early. That is it.
So it is so frustrating when you have been used to sleeping and waking up at 8. So that frustrates him.
What frustrates me is to be online or to be browsing, and immediately you see connect to the internet. Yet you are already connected to it. Thank you.
He is frustrated by the poor internet connectivity. You are browsing and you get a message connect to internet when you think you are connected. That frustrates him. Uh-huh.
Me, I'm frustrated by this dirty water that we use around campus, especially when it settles down. There's some dirt that goes down. So that water is really not clean.
So the
Not so
color
clean.
of the water
Yeah, the quality
frustrates you. The quality of water that frustrates you. So that brings us to, for example, when you are you taking a walk to around Riveries tomorrow? So as you move along the Riveries, don't just move, eh? Don't just move, move with a purpose. Try to scan the environment. Try to look at everything and see what business idea can I think about. And a business idea that is a solution to the problems we are encountering along the what? The Riveries. It may not only be tree planting, it may be any business idea. As he's talking about water, can you think about a solution that can solve that problem? Because the water we use comes from Riveries. Why is it dirty? Why? What makes it like this? How can it be better? Can it be a solution that goes to policy for people of national water? So when you walk with a purpose, what we call make that transit work. Walk with a purpose in order to identify so many frustrations. Because wherever we live, there are so many frustrations. But as we said, you have to be part of the solution to make sure that you come up with innovative ideas. And that innovative idea should not just stop there. It should help you to make money. You should earn from your business idea. So sometimes it may not only be frustrating, but it may be expensive. You go, as he said, moving from home road to town and back frustrates him because it is very expensive. And then you may ask yourself, why is it so expensive? How can it be made cheaper? And that is when he talked about, if we had maybe that you can call and they navigate and they make it manageable, then it can be a solution. Then you may ask yourself, why is it so hard to get? There is a certain problem or there is a certain product that you want, but you find it so difficult to get. So you may ask yourself, why is it so difficult to get? How can my solution come in to make it what? To make it manageable. Why is the quality so low? As you talked about the water quality, you ask yourself, why is it so low? How can it be made better? And then you start thinking, I wish there was this. So all those different thoughts, they help you to grab that opportunity. So in opportunity spotting, automatically you start with those so many questions, and then how can I grab an opportunity? There is a certain energizer that Sarah usually takes us through for opportunity grabbing. I don't know if it is possible, but it brings it out so well. How to grab that opportunity. Because we have basically discussed what frustrates us, why it is so difficult, why can't we get a solution. So the interlude is good. It has come in time. So basically, we have understood the criteria. Can we know the criteria for business sporting? Anyone who remembers the 4 before we go for opportunity sporting exercise? Anyone? Anyone who remembers the 4 criteria for business, a good business idea? Number 1.
There has to be a problem, so there has to be a problem, so
There has to be a target group.
The solution must be better than the existing solutions.
You should be able to earn from it.
We are going into the opportunity spotting exercise to see whether we have grasped the idea.
I don't know if we should be taking it on now because I think there's a lot of traffic where we usually, have our fun, but we'll have our moment. I just wanted to share a case study in relation to what Dr. Prudence has actually been sharing, and also in relation to the theme that we're having, because we are going to be conserving the environment. Now, among the things she was talking about, she kept saying the trait of a good, entrepreneur is, you mentioned resilience. And then I kept thinking, how do we teach resilience? How do you become resilient? A good entrepreneur is, what were you saying? Innovative. How do you become innovative? A good entrepreneur is risk-taking. It's very easy to say. It's easy to speak this out. I am a lecturer of entrepreneurship, and for the longest time, yes, that's how we used to teach our students. Very boring. An entrepreneur is, and they say, enterprising. And then we end the lecture, and you go, how do you become enterprising? Now, we have changed that. We have a methodology of design thinking, the methodology we're going to introduce you to tomorrow. Dr. Prudence ushers us into that. So I wanted to share a case study of one person who became innovative in the space of environment. He's also a friend of mine because I'm still writing a case study. The case study is not yet done, but I'm still writing his case study. So it's called Mujizi, Patrick. Patrick is the owner, or is the sole, they call them sole proprietor, the business person for the Ghetto Research Lab. It's in the ghettos. Has anybody been to the ghetto? Ghettos of where? Where have you been? Kamocha. Okay, so Patrick is from Kamocha. He's actually in the ghetto, the actual ghetto. You've been where? Tatso. Is there a ghetto there? There's a ghetto. Okay, so I know some of you have heard the story before, but let me tell the story to those who have never heard this before. So, Patrick, just like anybody, finished school, did education at Chambogo, started looking for work, and could not find work. Just like most of us would do after finishing class, we walk with those brown envelopes. Have you seen people on the streets with those brown envelopes? Looking for work. My friend, there are no jobs. That is the ugly reality. And every single year we churn out all of you into the community. Chambogo does the same. Makere does the same. Nkumba, Mobs, KIU, all of us do the same to young people. The disservice. You get into the field and there is no work. You walk from place to place and everybody's going to use you. You can't even say, I have a degree in engineering. You're afraid to say, I'm an engineer, because you may not find work. They would say you're overqualified. Anyway, Patrick remembered he had a step brother who was actually running a ghetto studio. You know, a studio where everybody wants to become like Bobby Wine, the singing, eh? When you go to those, I've been there a couple of times, and you find these wannabe musicians, eh? Putting on all these skimpy skirts and almost half naked. Yeah, you know how Ugandans, how we do it, eh? So he decides to join his stepbrother to manage this ghetto studio. And of course, he was finding all these youth that were trying to be like Bobby Wine singing. You know how they sing horribly. I've ever been to Face TV. I don't know if you guys have that TV. And you see the upcoming artists. Oh my God, they sound so horrible. But that is what was happening to this studio. Anyway, so he got an idea at one moment. It was like, wait a minute. Why don't I go and usher these wannabe singers into the community? Because you see, their music it's taking too long to break through the waves. It can't be played on Capital Radio. It can't be played anywhere. So why don't we go showcase this music in the community? But he also had another thing in mind, because Patrick is this one clean guy, and he used to get disgusted with all this, rubbish all over the place. The environment, Kamocha was this one untidy place. So he had the idea, let me take these musicians into the market, and as they sing, I rally the community to start picking around themselves, double veras, double bottles, so that they clean the environment. It's like, go clean the environment as I usher these guys. So he brings all this music, gets into the community, and then as they start playing their music, he's telling the people to clean your environment. Mulonde obuvera, mulonde michungwa, mulonde. And then he would gather all this rubbish. After gathering it, then he would call a KCC to come and pick the rubbish. But most of the times, KCC never comes. Why? Because again, it's the ghetto. The roads are impassable. When it rains, it floods. So KCC will be like, and so he's stuck with this rubbish. He's collected it and he's stuck with it. So what does he do? He decides to burn it. Then he realizes he was actually disorganizing the community more. Because when you burn Buvera and you burn the plastics, what happens? You know the smokes? Have you ever smelled it? So it was actually polluting the environment. And he says, no, this isn't going to work. So again, he rallies all this youth and he says, okay, wait a minute. How about if we take the Kavera and we pack it into the bottle? Huh? We pack the Kavera in the bottle, and then when we make it very hard, it can become something. So that is what they did. And they turned this waste, the plastic Kavera, they packed it into the plastic bottle, and when they tie it and becomes tight, it became a construction material. It's like a brick. So they got something to build, a building material. That is the idea that he actually came up with. And so he goes to Rajiv. Rajiv, who got an accident. Rajiv Ruparelia gave him some little money, some fund, and like, okay, go ahead. He packaged it as environmental, cleaning and all that. So yes, all these youth started picking the Buvera, and you pay them something and they would get that construction material, and then after collecting all that material, they said, okay, the first thing we're going to construct is a toilet. Because again, another disgusting thing in Kamocha was there was toilets. Okay, that was a very unfortunate thing. It's still unfortunate in most of the ghettos. So what happens in the ghetto is that they are public toilets. Public toilets, you have to pay 500 to use them. The private toilets are always locked. But I want you to imagine a scenario where this ghetto man has 2 children and a wife, and maybe there is diarrhea on a day, a typical day. They're having diarrhea, and they have to go. Every child has to go 4 times. The mother has to go 4 times. The father has to go 4 times. How much is that? The guy is only making 5,000 in a day. It's all gone in the toilets. Huh? So what does this guy do? So in that ghetto, they used to have what they called the flying toilets. And there are still flying toilets, because I've seen some flying toilets. Every time I go to Kamocha, there are some flying toilets. So what mama does is that mama goes in a kavera, ties it properly, puts it under behind the door. When the children need to go, they go, they also tie it and put it under behind the door. When Tata comes back, he also goes, and they tie it and they put it under behind the door. And then, at around midnight, when nobody's seeing, Mama and Tata go pick this buvera, and they swing like, so they become the flying toilets. And if you're not very stable, the flying toilet can meet you halfway. Anyway, Patrick was very tired of this scenario. It was something that would replay again and again and again. So he was tired of the status quo. I want to get to entrepreneurship and how we get ideas. Okay? I'm sharing this case because, again, it's very related to conservation, what we're going to be doing today or tomorrow and the rest of the week. So I want you to follow that story and how money comes through. Anyway, so the first thing he needed to do was construct a toilet, because that is something that was so close to his heart. He was disgusted with what was happening with the flying toilets. And so when he sold the idea to Rajiv was like, okay, go ahead and reconstruct the toilets. So the material they made, remember the material was made out of the plastic bottle, whether it's soda or Renzori mineral bottle, and it was packed with aloe vera. So they were collecting material out of the community, and they were turning it into something they can actually use to construct a toilet. Now, there was a catch with the toilet. It was not just a usual toilet. So what they would do is that they constructed a toilet that had a compartment. When you see the hole, so down there, they would put something like a bucket. So when you go and you put your, goes where? In a bucket. And at the end of the day, Patrick and team would come and pull out the buckets. And where do they take the buckets? They would take it in what they call a composite toilet, a composite pit. Okay? That's why they put there. They'll pour. Yeah? Now, when you get to the ghetto, these are some of the cleanest toilets. Why? Because when you bring your shit, it is actually gold. Did you know that our shit can be gold? So for these guys, they find actually happiness when they see a customer coming. You're a customer. Every time you're coming to the toilet, these toilets are not for paying for, because you are bringing a resource, and they call it gold. So every time they see the gold maker coming in, they are happy. And when you get to these toilets, you find that they buy some material. They actually buy for you material. They make sure that you don't use paper. They make sure that you're using clean equipment, toilet paper. They also have something like, the ash, these things that make wood. So every time when you're done, they teach people how to use the toilets. You get that and you sprinkle it around. Okay? And when you move out, you will also, wash your hands. So everything is so clean. And there are more people actually using these toilets. So the challenge of the flying toilet has reduced. The challenge of Uvera has reduced. The challenge of the plastic bottles flying has reduced. What has Patrick done? He has reused and repurposed all this material and is making something good. Now this is what we call a social entrepreneur. So you ask, where is the money? Patrick's fertilizer is coming out of the composite pit. So after 6 to 8 months, this, your shit, turns into fertilizers. Huh? So it kind of turns into fertilizer. They pack it and they sell it to farmers. Okay? Who knew your shit becomes fertilizer, good fertilizer? And it's been certified by URSP because they have tested for, where the agriculturalists, they've tested for those minerals that are supposed to be actually, Dennis, you're here, phosphates, whatever, in that fertilizer. It's not only, so for a lack of a better word, I'm going to use shit. I hope it doesn't sound very weird in your ears. But it's not only that they use as their raw material, but anything else on the dustbin or the landfills, like some dead dogs, whatever is, they will get it and they put it in this composite pit. So when the composite pit is still, I don't know, maybe active, then they'll create another one and then another one. When this one is ready, then they will get their material, they pack it, then they get to the next pit. And life is good now in the ghetto. Okay? That is how money is actually going to be generated. So as we start to ideate tomorrow or maybe Wednesday, I don't want you to be worried of how do I come up with an idea. Okay? We are going to teach you the science, because it's both a science and an art of ideating. Okay? Whenever we see a challenge, we see an opportunity. Wherever there is a problem, there is potential for us to make money out of it. Yeah? Can we get up? Get up for a moment. I want you to get a pen and a paper. Get that pen and a paper. Can you show me your pen and your paper? Let me see your paper. Okay. Can you put up your book or your paper? Put it up. Let me see. Let me see. Some people don't have a paper. Okay. Can you put it at the back of your head? Right here. You see where I put it? That's where you put your paper or your book. Huh? Okay. Now from right behind there, I want you to draw the face of an entrepreneur. Follow my lead. Whatever we say, behind your there. Let me see. Behind, yes. Okay, let's first draw the head, that circle, draw the circle. Let's make the circle. Are we ready? Okay. Can we put the eyes? Don't. Junior, behind there. It does not matter. Put it behind there. Can I get the eyes in? Put the eyes. Are we done with the two? Don't look at it. Let's get to the nose. Put that nose in there. Good. And the mouth. Somebody's not drawing. Behind there, let me see. Nobody has a pen. Okay. If your entrepreneur is a man, can you put the beards? Make sure we can see the beards. Put the beards. I think Azire has some beards. Put the beards. And if your entrepreneur is a woman, I want you to put that hair. Make sure it's falling. Put the hair. Are we done? Okay. And the ears. Don't forget them. An entrepreneur has a very big ear because his ear is always on the ground. All right. Can you now flash it to Creative Campus? Where is the camera? Bennett, make sure everybody gets to see. Can you flash that? Bennett, make sure you flash it so that Bennett gets to see that entrepreneur. And show your neighbor. Okay, have a seat. So we're going to build on to what Dr. Prudence was talking about. She's actually built a foundation for us to actually go ahead and think of who an entrepreneur is. Okay, just for emphasis, I want us to get back into the business opportunity spotting. Can we do this here? Yes, we can. Can you get that chair? That, can we all do this? We're going to exercise a little bit. Can you do this? Can each one of you lift something? You can? Lift it up. Get that stool and push it up. Good. Now follow me. With your stool. girl had some kind of special gloves. Now, the visualization of my gloves. My gloves have a sharp edge right here. Huh? A very sharp edge. But also, as she makes the fist, she still has some edges right here, very sharp edges at the knuckles. Huh? That if only she had these gloves on, and she would in the face, and she would cause as maximum, damage as possible. And in my head, I was thinking, what if these were called the rape gloves? What if she had put on these gloves because I know she had left the space where she was reading from late? So before she would leave this space, what if she had put on these gloves earlier on? In anticipation of that this may actually happen. What if every girl would actually buy these rape gloves? Not that you're going to use them, but for safety. You live in the hotel or your hostel late or early in the morning, you're coming to campus, you put on these gloves and you get into spaces you're not familiar with, you swing your arms. However, strong or weak you are, as long as you just swing it and it lands on the face or any bare skin, it's causing harm so that you don't get raped. What if? That was something that frustrated me. And then I started thinking around the accessories around these gloves. What if I could actually also create another product besides this glove, like poison? Huh? That before you put on the glove, you swing this glove in some kind of liquid. Huh? And then you slide your glove on. Huh? And when somebody is saying, "Nyo, Sarah, nyo, nyo," and even if it's not a very big swing, the gloves are already poisonous. That yes, when it lands on your face, some harm is going to come to you. What if? That was my wish at that moment, because that was very annoying. Now, unfortunately, I am a lecturer and I'm not a manufacturer. That's where I stopped with the daydreaming, and that's where I left it. But this particular semester, I asked my students, I shared my silly idea, and I told them, the ladies, how many of you would actually buy this? What we now call market testing. Of course, I did not have a product, but I had an idea. An idea that I still think is amazing. The rape glove. Even the name may be actually very tricky and very silly. But my entire class, I don't know if they just wanted to please me. All my students were like, yeah, we'll buy it. And I was thinking, costing it. How much will it be? I make an assumption. I assume this glove is around 5,000. You buy a pair of this glove. Keep it in your pocket. Keep it handy. Even when you see the space is not clear and you think, okay, something may be coming up, you just slide in the gloves and get ready. That it builds the confidence, that you walk with confidence. You don't have to walk and look over your shoulders because, just a swing, nobody will dare. That was my dream. But where did it begin from? It began from something that was a little painful. A story that was very disgusting for me. At that moment, I didn't have much to do except to say, okay, we are referring you to this, and then we are calling this, and then it becomes a case, a police case and all that. But I'm tired of that same story. What if we can start to innovate around the challenges and the pains that we see our people go through? When we see the weed tomorrow I don't want you to just see the weeds and you're like, oh, those are weeds and they are floating. No. Can we get that pain? Can we come to a point where everything that is not good annoys us to the point of wanting to do something about it? They asked earlier, where do ideas come from? Sometimes the ideas come from the pain. I want you to imagine there's always a pain of, I don't know if any of you has a border friend, a brother, an uncle, who rides a border. There was a friend of mine, because he used to actually, before I actually built, there was a friend of mine who would give me a ride from where I used to live in Kakova, here at the university when I just come. And we woke up one morning and they say, he was killed. Somebody just hit him with a bar, akataimbwa. This is a story we hear again and again. I want you to start imagining that this is your brother. I want you to imagine that this is your friend. For some of us who are this old, that this is your son. What are you going to do about it? Are you just going to look and be like, oh, he's dead, sorry? I think it's about time that we start to get angry with the evil and the bad that we see. Okay? And then we start to want to do something about it. I want you to turn that anger into something that you can innovate. You become innovative and you say, you know what if I can do this? What if I can change this status quo? Should it be this way? 2 days ago on Saturday it rained. I got to my garden and yes, it was all looking good. But there was something that annoys me. There's the water runoffs. When it rains here, the water just runs off. You see the water going. Why can't we catch that water? Because in July we're going to be like, God, we need some rain. And then we go to church and we say, Esha, shasha, esha, bala, bala, la, 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 esha. Make it rain, Lord, make it rain. But when it was raining, it was just running off. What if there is a way to catch this rain? Must everything be done by the Chinese? You know the Chinese have created the sun. I hear they've manufactured the sun. They just switch it on and they start doing things. When you look at all these things that the Americans are doing, you look at all these things the Japanese are doing, the Belgians are doing, it's like we are just waiting for things to be done and we buy. Civilization started here. That's what I hear. Any historians? Why shouldn't we be the first? But okay, maybe we're not the first and we shouldn't be the first. That is, in the past. But can't we innovate? I think we have everything it takes. There's a lie that has been sold that we don't have technology. Who says we don't have technology? The story that I told you about Patrick, how he reused and he repurposed what he had, and now he's actually making money. We can do it. This semester I have a couple of my students that have innovated amazing things. There's a group of students that who went into, they called it a lab rat. Huh? You know the guinea pigs we use in science, in medicine? They're supposed to be the white ones. Who says they should be white? What's wrong with our rat? It's poisonous. According to who? Who has tested it and it's really poisonous? Exactly what do we want this rat to do? So what these students were thinking, wait a minute. Why should this lab rat always be white when we have all these rats in our houses? So this is what they were thinking. They were going to go catch the rat. How are they going to catch it? They're going to get the muscle. Give everybody at church. Everybody says hallelujah. You get kamu. You go home, catch the rat, bring it on Sunday. You bring back our rat on Sunday. they were going to breed them, and they will sell them out. Where are they selling them? To schools. You know why we always fail biology? Their pain was actually from the fact that when we are doing these experiments, many of our kids cannot do them because they have never cut anything. Why? Because the white rat is expensive. And they were saying, how about if we catch this rat, sell it to the schools, so that every Ugandan S4, S6 has a chance to have an experiment. Huh? By the time they get to S6 exams, they know how to cut a rat. And that was the pain. I have a couple of students who innovated something like, I don't remember how they called it, but some kind of scarf. Their pain was, when we get to the saloons, many of these salonists usually use the same, I don't know if anybody works in a saloon, but they usually use the same towel. When you're not there, they get it from this person and then they put it in the sun. They don't have time to wash. Gentlemen, I don't know if you've been in a saloon. I go in the gentleman's salon. And there is this guy who is seated in the next chair and has this pass going around. You know what I mean, gentlemen? I don't know what happens to that, especially the elderly gentlemen. And now imagine this towel has been used on this guy. And it's now used on you. Next. Huh? So there is a lot of infections going on. And then these guys was thinking, how about if we take this pain? Because it's a pain. Again, there's a team who are thinking, wait a minute, all this hair that we waste, the girls have this hair. Sorry, I'm not a typical girl, but all this hair, when she goes to the salon, they're going to remove it and boom. Where does it go? It's going to end in our landfills. It's waste. And they were taking it and they're making art crafts, beautiful decors. They made a beautiful carpet out of it, reusing and repurposing it. So now I'm going to task you right now. You need about 10 minutes. I want you to think about that one thing that frustrates you. It can be in any sector, whether it's medicine, whether it's in our markets that we find a lot of waste around, whether it's in the classrooms. Somebody told me recently that some of our kids, some of you guys don't have lunch. I found that very strange. Mama didn't give you money. Some kids in the hostels are starving. Huh? I want you to think about something that frustrates you, okay? Please write it down. And after you've written it down, we are going to play with 3 people, and then we start to see how business opportunities come to life. Can you write for me your frustrations? Make them 3. Think about those things that really annoy you, whether in a bank, whether it's on the road. People spit. You're walking and somebody's just... Fortunately, I don't see people spitting in this neighborhood anymore. Those things that frustrate you, just write me 3 things that annoy you. Anything that annoys you, it may be as silly as you have a little sister who likes crying and it annoys you. Maybe there is also another person out there who is disgusted by their sister crying. I'll just be picking on the three of you, so please make sure each of you has something that is frustrating. Are we ready? Guys at the back, are we ready with our frustrations? Okay. Okay. So at the back, can I get one person? Choose among the four of you who has a bigger frustration. Please get up. Come here for the mic. In this corner, can you choose one of you who is very frustrated with something? The two of you, don't look behind. Ballot is not part of it. Okay. Ladies, can I get one of you who is frustrated and disgusted? Come. Attention. Let's pay attention. You're going to play a little game. Okay? Now, as they speak, I want each of you to start flying off ideas of what if. Huh? Remember when I told you, somebody told me somebody had assaulted and immediately I'm going. When this person's mentioned something, I want you to start flying off a what if. Okay? I'm not going to ask an innovation from him, but it's going to be you innovating for him, his frustration. So all of you get ready. Okay? What annoys you?
You had told us to write 3. But
Give me one. The one that is irritating.
Wow. Once you go to police, you register your case. They give you a paper with reference number like that, and it will take long for the authorities or above officers to react to that thing instead of digitizing it. So my innovation is building a system that will digitize that for easy delivery of justice.
Somebody has already thought about an innovation. I wanted a problem. Let's focus on the problem. How big is this problem? Has anybody had a relative that has been taken to court or taken to a police? You know? Is it a problem that you think when you create a system, somebody will actually take it up? Huh?
I think it's much of a problem because some people have already instilled that in their minds and don't normally use the police. They know it will take long, they will pay a lot of money, so they just chill out. And that's how injustice is growing in community.
I think it's a problem. The injustices, and I think the injustices keep growing because people get frustrated that this is not done. Okay? Now, as we prepare to innovate, the first thing we need to appreciate is the problem. I want you to take your time to understand the problem. Feel it. Because if you do not feel it, your innovation is going to be shallow. For lack of a better word, I'm going to use that word. You're going to come up with a quick fix, minus really dealing with the actual problem. So once the problem comes through, first of all, appreciate the problem. Understand the nitty-gritties of this problem. And once you get to understand it, and you appreciate it, then it's going to give you a good foundation to ideate. Yeah? When you see the weeds tomorrow, and you say, oh, these weeds have got to go, then you're going to come up with a very shallow innovation. Because perhaps there is something good with them. Huh? You need to understand, where did they come from? How do they come? What brings them? What are the dangers? What are the good? What are the bad? You need to understand the weeds. Do not quickly judge and you say, these weeds are gotta go. Maybe they should be there because there's something they are adding to the environment. Yeah? Thank you. What's your problem? The hygiene in the swimming pools. Who thinks this is a problem? I want you to dress up your problem properly. Take us on this one day. You went to which swimming pool and what happened? Give us your story.
Okay, like in swimming pools, people normally spitting in the water.
Why do they spit in the water? You think we just want to spit? My friend, we are drowning. You come out and you... What else? Urinate. Why do you urinate? Why do we urinate? I'm adding myself in, so that you don't feel, why do you urinate in the pool? Wanji? Why do you think people urinate in the pool? There is laziness. There are people who are simply lazy and they just... Who is seeing me? What else happens in the pool? Oh, he's not mentioning it. He's shamed. I told you we are a boot camp. We are going to say the word as it is. He's talking about sexual activities. Does this happen in the pool? Ew. What else happens in the pool? The reason why I want to make this disgusting is I want you to appreciate the problem. What else happens? Those three. Anything else happening in the pool that you think, oh, go, yeah. They ate without showering. And now I want you to imagine this man. Sorry. I didn't want to say man, but man means woman. Imagine this man. He has ringworm. He did not shower. He comes in the pool. Or he's from doing I don't know what and just comes to the pool. Or he's... Do they vomit in the pool? Okay. Can everybody appreciate that this pool can be dirty? I wanted you to appreciate that the problem can be ugly. That is how ugly the problem can be. Okay? I need solutions. Not from you. What are you going to do about it? You really love to swim. And remember here in Barara, let's localize this. In Imbarara, we have how many swimming pools? They're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can count them. You can say at there, at there, and that's it. To a day. In Imbarara, the community pools are close to 5. And we still want to swim, right? Okay. What if? Who needs this mic? Who is going to dream? Can you dream with me? Push this down. What if?
Yes, once again, good afternoon.
It's okay.
My solution B is maybe putting sensors that are able to detect the turbidity in change of water, turbidity and also pH. Because, for example, if someone urinates in the pool, usually this is acid. Urine contains uric acid, and usually also that affects the pH of the water. Then also, if someone also spits, sputum also changes the turbidity. That changes the turbidity of the pool. So what if we could maybe put some sensors around that are able to detect these changes? So,
who is buying? I want us to get back to the business idea. The business, there has to be a need. The need has to be urgent. It has to be frequent. And I think that is one first criteria, which we have cleared. There's an ugly problem, yeah? There is need. It's urgent. It's frequent. Huh?
So,
where is the money?
Of course, the money probably comes from, of course, these sensors, they require software to run them, to be able to analyze the data that I've collected. So we could, there could be a software layer that can be sold to these hotel owners.
You don't believe in what you're saying. I
I
can see
believe.
that smile and you're like,
No,
ah,
no, no.
will this, what would motivate the hotel owner to actually put the sensors? Because I'm imagining these sensors are going to be alerting, giving off alerts every time there is a change, somebody urinates and do we have to run out of the pool every time we hear the sensors? How is it going to be? And what motivation is this person having to buy the sensors? An extra cost. Whose life is it again?
Of course,
Uh-huh.
what's the life, what's it affects the lives of
Pass on the microphone.
Yes.
I'm beginning to play this game because this is the game we're actually going to play on Wednesday. Huh? I know some of you like your innovations. I know some of you have even come with your innovations, and then we say, no, bounce that back. The idea is not really, and then you're going to find people going, so why is she saying my idea is not good enough? But thank you so much. I really, really appreciate. Pass on the mic. I can see all these hands. What are you going to do?
For me, I think one of the best ideas to develop, since these are all water pollutants, so you use water pollutant detectors, whereby when you pollute water, you're identified, then you projected. The way you see there, you're projected, then you broke out.
Oh, wait a minute. So if I urinate in the pool, what is going to happen? They will show that Sarah, you're the one who has done it.
The water detector
will
detect you.
Will detect me.
Yes.
As the urinator.
Yeah. Then they will project you.
And they project me where? On the billboard?
No, not on a billboard. Like you should
Pass
have.
on my microphone. I like your idea, but I won't stop. Pass the microphone down. I want us to play this game because it's a game we're going to play, and I want to, as we start to do this, I want you to open your minds. There's what we call ambiguity. We're dreaming. It's good to dream, but again, I want us to realize some of our. Did you hear what the people were saying? Which means it's not such a bad idea, but we're going to keep refining it until you come to that reality. Let's bring it home and it becomes real. I think it's still abstract. Keep thinking about it, how you're going to project Sarah, and people say, go for no. Yes, Evo?
Yes, I think I'll add on because this idea looks good. So to add on, it's like instead of projecting, it would look so weird to project someone there. Rather, it could be maybe like be done in the background. But then, to be able to get someone who has actually done it, basically to detect the actual position where this part, where this change.
Are you serious? We are in the pool. We are doing like this, cha 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 cha, and then we come cha 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 cha. When are you going to see me? I'm susuling from here, cha 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 cha. Huh?
Yeah. So the thing is, these sensors are usually smart. They can be smart. They can be made smart.
But who is motivated to buy? I like the idea actually.
The
But if you
owner.
get me that, I'm almost inclined to say, yeah, now I'm seeing all these hands coming in. So everybody's in here. Push it to the guy in the corner so that I get to hear from him before we close this conversation.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Unlike you people, my specialty is not in internet, IoT things. So, basically, that is a solution that I think people have come up with already. Urinating in swimming pools. Personally, I work at a swimming pool at a recreation center, but this is what we do. So, there is a chemical. Basically, this chemical, we put it in water. You can put it in water. So when someone, it's like a chemical that changes color when it is in contact with specifically uric acid, that is urine. So what happens is that you urinate there, and then this chemical will change the color of the water, like it's basically around you. It will change it to a specific color. It can be purple, it can be red. So everyone will know that, oh my God, this guy is pissing in the pool or something, right? But then the problem, this is where the problem comes with using that chemical. The problem is, for us who are at recreation centers, we cannot really use that chemical in a pool of a recreation center because that is sending away our customers. Because now you imagine people have come to swim their family and then their dad is urinating. It is weird, yeah? Like everyone, you get ashamed, yeah? So to keep everything at par, specifically that is a chemical that the buyers, as she was asking, it is a family. No, there are families and people who possess personal pools. These are the people who buy specifically that chemical. Because I know we are at a family house. I've invited my friends. One of them is urinating. We shall just laugh at them and laugh it off because we are close people. You know, it is very okay. So that is something that has been dealt with. Then the other that you said about spitting, basically if you're someone who swims, you know you can't swim without spitting out the water when you're coming from out. So this is what happens. You come up, you spit the water. We also expect that. So basically we clean that water with chlorine to kill the germs, whatever he's talking about. So
you're killing it after we are done with the pool.
Yeah, we wait for you guys to go out. Then
so in the meantime, as I am swimming, everybody's spitting, I am getting Ebola.
No. It is impossible. First of all, if you know Ebola is transmitted actually intimate contact. It has to be intimate contact. But the saliva itself, the virus can't survive out for some good time. So what happens is that chlorine, we regulate it at a certain concentration that will kill all the bacteria. Though the problem is here. The problem is we use that chlorine and sometimes it can get toxic to your eyes. So if you go down and you swim, sometimes if you notice you can come up with sour eyes. Like your eyes, it's not because of the water. It's because of the chlorine we put in the water. That's the only problem that is with the treatment that we use.
Okay. Now, for the rest of you as you're watching, because we are about to start the team formation, I'm hoping you're hearing people speak and they are speaking in tongues. So I'm hoping you get to know who you're about to connect with. Pass on that mic. No, yet. I think you're dying to say something, and then we can finish these two gentlemen, and I need to hear from the lady.
Yes, this is an interesting challenge that people are discussing right now. And it's something that I've been thinking about. I have a son who is in P2 now. At their school, they swim. In a week, there is a day they go to swim. So the first time when he was in P1, I would allow him, but he kept getting coughs and the red eyes. Like the eyes he could come back home when the eyes are red, and then cough was so often. You treat it before it heals well, he's getting another one. So I decided to stop him. I told him we agreed, no going back to what? To swimming, and he accepted. I told him we will be going during holidays. Now, the problem I think is bigger than just people spitting and urinating. How hygienic is that water? How can we keep it safe? Generally, apart from seeing, because you will not stop someone from susuling in the water. How will you know? Still, the chemical you add might cause more effects to the people using the water to swim. So it's a challenge. I just wanted to bring it up so that you can think more, people who are interested in that challenge. How do we keep the water safe instead of just pinpointing, okay, you're the one who has susu, and so what? Anyone, these are kids, for example. You will not stop them. They will continue. Whether that color changes, they are not ashamed. Even
now, from what Nuriat is sharing and what is sharing, the problem is the problem is for the swimmer. It is not for the swimming pool. The swimmer is the person who bears. Let me make this clear. Elaborate. The swimmer is the person who bears the challenges or the after effects of the dirt, the chemical that you put in there to clean whatever you have to clean, the mucus that goes in that affects somebody to become, have this cough again and again. Who bears the pain? It is me. Who is swimming? Now, if I was the innovator, this is where my head would go. What if there is something I can put on my eyes and my nose and in my mouth, and when I go swimming, I can still breathe, and then I can finalize the entire 2 hours enjoying myself, minus getting the eyes, minus swallowing the water, minus, of course, right now the idea is so far-fetched. I just need now to start crafting. There is a problem, but I wanted you to say, what if? I like this idea of the sensors, that the idea comes in. What if there is this? And then you start working around that what if to see if it will spark off other things. And then maybe after thinking about it 7 times, something comes through. Okay? It's a beautiful problem. I think we need to appreciate that this is a beautiful problem. The other 3 criteria of a good business idea. 1, there has to be a need, frequent and urgent. Check. Number 2, we look at the audience. So all this time I think his sensor issue came in, and the audience was, it's a swimming pool, because they're the ones who are supposed to buy those sensors. But who is the customer? We need to be very clear here. We need to be separating the first customer or primary customer or consumer and our secondary consumer. Who bears the pain? So as you think through the challenge, he told you, the challenge of what was the problem? Injustice. Who is feeling it? Who is that person who feels it? Because the person who feels it is a person who is going to buy. Okay? Who is feeling it? He needs to go to the pool. He loves swimming. But he's disgusted every time he gets in and people are, huh? And somebody is going down and throws whatever, throws in, and the people are spitting left and right. He's getting disgusted. Whose pain is it? It is him, the swimmer. So again, when we start to ideate, I want you to come to the customer. This is what Prudence was talking about. Who is the customer? And you can go ahead and segment this customer. Okay? They are heavy users, they are minor users, they are rich users, so that whatever innovation you can come up with, you can either scale it up or scale it down. The available alternatives. Let's get into the available alternatives. If you're to come up with an innovation, what is already in place? So the gentleman at the back shared with us. Huh? But what has failed with the available alternatives? Nuriat comes in and kind of trashes what is already in the market. She's talking about her son, and yes, the other innovation that is actually being put there, there is the chemical. Who knows, besides the eyes, what else is affected? Huh? Who knows what happens with this chemical? Maybe it actually, I take my children to swim, and by the time we are going home, they are as pale as, I don't know, they're very white. So the innovation is there, the alternative is here, because he's saying there is an alternative. But now, as you look at this alternative, I want you to break it down. Number 1, he also shoot it down. He said, these are family members. Imagine you see daddy. Oh, the water is red. Huh? So he's already saying, nah, we have it, but we're not using it. Because we don't want to shame them. These are our customers. Repeat customers. They came yesterday, they'll come today, and we expect them to come. So don't want to shame them. So yes, whereas there is an innovation, it has gotten its own flaws. Are you paying attention? So shoot down the available alternatives. only when you need to shoot them down. I've seen a lot of innovators, and again, when you pitch on Friday, this is what usually happens. There's usually when we tell you to project your competitive landscape. And you say, our innovation is this, our innovation is this, there is this innovation, but this innovation is bad, it is this, it is that. You shoot down these innovations. Shoot it down only when you need to shoot it down. So yes, his innovation, first of all, is the one who shoot it down, and she's also shutting it down. And again, who knows what else is the effect of these chemicals. Now, when you're done with those three, that there is a problem, it's frequent, it's urgent, it has a clear customer who bears the pain, there are available alternatives, but this is where the alternatives are failing, then you get to the fourth point. Where is the money? Show me the money. How are you going to make money? Huh? Thank you so much for sharing your problem. Nyabo, thank you. Can I get the lady to share with us her problem and we finalize the business opportunity spotting? Please pay attention. We want to make sure that we problematize the problem. Okay? Make sure the problem is so ugly that all of us get you. Let's go.
Good afternoon, everyone. My problem is the physical and emotional assault in the public transport system. I'm going to start from along that park. There are taxis to Ntunga Moisinju. I'm not so sure. First of all, those people are making money and they're supposed to help customers to help them board. But then if you are a lady and you are passing there, I've already got issues because they're either going to pull you or they will touch you in private places. And now if I'm like, I don't know how many girls pass there and how often it happens, and there is nothing to do about it. Then the second spot would be towards the bus park. Because yesterday I was taking some cousin of mine home. We are sloping, we are two girls, and then a gentleman, not to be offensive, drunk, dirty. Okay, there is even Ebola right now. He pulls us. You understand? You tell someone, you can talk to me without touching me. So he abuses me. I'm like, okay. First of all, I don't even know Runyankole. Then I continue moving. Another drunkard man came and did the same thing. Now towards the park, there is a stage of boda men. Once they had those men complaining, how special are you, why you refusing us to touch you, those things. I was abused by over 12 boda men right there for around 5 minutes. And to make matters worse, no one was shocked. Like, it is a problem that became normal to people's eyes. And there are very many ladies that serve food in the park. There are very many passengers that come from Kampala to Mbarara or from Mbarara going the other side. And there are people that there are going to be people in year one. Someone may be able to talk for yourself to them and they would rather abuse you, or you actually go along with being pulled. I know you may survive the outside, but even in the bus, you're going to sit with a certain passenger that is also going to assault you. And that has happened. Actually, I don't even like traveling. So, and the problem is, there is no one to talk to. I wish there was a police post there. Like even the global Otawusi, officers, they don't do anything about it. So, it is really frustrating.
Get ready. Get ready with solutions. I'll tell you what I've done. When I just come to Mbarara University, I would find those taxi. Lady, do not go. We are in this together. Let me first share my story as you innovate. Now, I just come and I would see those men pull you to get into the car. But then I remember they come from Entebbe. They come from Entebbe, my friend. And sorry, it sounds like I'm bragging, but I needed to show these people that I am from Entebbe. So the moment you pulled me, I would immediately get into the car, the taxi, and I sit properly. Huh? I get comfortable. It doesn't matter what time you set off. That is if I don't have a lot of work. You drive from town, you reach campus, I get off. Free. I'll just get off. Until they started realizing, I would go for free. Why are you pulling me? Huh? Again, I'm Sarah. Huh? Because some of us have attitude. Now for you, a young girl. So I do not know if anybody has something good for her. Let's start innovating. What if, she's actually talking about, what if there is a poster, police poster? What if, let me leave this to the ladies. What if, can you start dreaming? Ladies, what if? Angie? Women, huh? What if? Okay, gentlemen, can you start daydreaming for our sisters? Because this is it's really annoying. The truth is, you get to want to, you don't want to be pulled, but somebody, it's like you're coming to Mbarara, you find this taxi, these boda guys, or these global guys saying, Ogenda, I'm like, Ngenda Arua. And then somebody leads you. Yeah, you're going to Mbarara, but somebody's like, they're all over you, and it's disgusting. Sometimes they pull your bag. There are times when you have children. There was a time when I would have my child at the back, and I'm holding this one, and I'm holding my bag, and somebody's pulling the bag because, Ogenda, Mama, Ogenda. It's disgusting. I want you to daydream. Pass on this mic. What if?
My name is Elvis, and as she was suggesting that maybe if there was a police station, it would be of help, but I have a challenge with the police, the Uganda police, and how it reacts to emergencies. They will first ask you how many
on camera, my friend, Otio.
They will first, okay, the response is not immediate. So maybe if it is brought to social media, and let's say that the way she knows it has been happening, and you go with someone, and now you use the social media handles, it will easily raise the red flag, so that once this problem is coming out most frequent, these people will now be knowing they are exposed via TikTok and all these other handles, and maybe they will.
I'm liking where it's going, and I'm looking at where the money is coming from, and I'm seeing a clear path. Can we start building this innovation? He's talking about us creating awareness on social media. So let's go to the what ifs. What if you or she, both of you come together and you innovate something wearable, a stress button, maybe it's on the earring, something's, a stress button. Everyone wears the stress button, it's what I'm selling. You buy it, what does it do? The moment I get to see people pulling me and abusing me, I will click my stress button that is going to actually start shooting. 36 degrees, eh? We'll see you, we'll see you, we'll see you, we'll see you. They're going to see your ugly face saying, Olichisiru, Orinakabi. And you're going to be all over social media. Now, when people get to see that women are holding stress buttons on their earrings, maybe we shall stop this vice. Huh? But the innovator is going to get money because every woman would want to buy the stress. I'm just thinking, eh? I'm playing the game of what if. But maybe somebody else has another innovation. Can anybody tell me what they can do? What if? Make sure when you say what if, you're thinking about who is buying. She's buying because she has a problem. Is the problem real? Yes, it's real. For the women, okay? What are the available alternatives? She's told you she goes to the police, but he's also shooting it down that he has a problem with police because police can be slow. Now, you come up with an innovation so that the innovation can earn you money. Anybody having another what if to this problem? My what if could actually be a bad one. Pass on the mic and we finish this conversation.
my what if would be to the person buying the innovation would be the already existing bus companies that we see global. So since the problem is predominantly women, you can have a shift in a day that is exclusive to only women. And it's only women traveling.
Is that a possibility? Then what if there is a, where is the money? Show me the money. Where's the money?
The women have to pay an extra 10K, 5K.
The women have to pay an extra what?
5K, 10K. If
This
they want
man.
to travel alone.
For what? For you doing what?
The assault is majorly by the men. I'm assuming.
Okay.
So if the lady
Actually, is having something that I'm picking something from what he's saying. What if, by the way, you go in this, you create, what is that? You create a couple of individuals. You employ them. You are company, what's your name? Mark? Mark who?
Mark Chivirige.
Mark Chivirige. The boxers. I don't know. I'm looking for a name, eh? The Mark's boxers. Huh? And you place your employees around these places. And what they doing? Anybody who is saying, Oli Mubi, Oli Mumpi. And we know that Mark's men are watching. Huh? How are we paying for your service, Kozi? Think about the business. It could be a business idea. But thank you so much. Can we? Okay. Yes. Yes, Dennis.
Thanks very much, colleagues, for sharing those ideas. I'm thinking the problem she raised, people use something like, people who use safe border don't experience such. So I was thinking, if all transport companies could come up with, or if someone could come up with an idea where all transport companies are able to register the travel, like clients who want to travel ahead of time, so that you know at this particular time I'll be meeting my bus or my boda or my tuk-tuk at this particular station. Probably you won't go through this humiliation of later bag, later, you know.
I always travel with the global executive.
Yes.
But irrespective, the moment I get off my boda, the men around there are like, tugene mama, tugene mutausi. They pull the bag. It does not matter whether I'm going with. And then there was a time when I made a mistake. I was like, Sebo, ngina ne executive. Igwe, some executive igwe. And the guy just finished the whole thing. So again, I don't know if you are solving a problem, but it's food for thought. The moment we have a beautiful problem like ours, it's an avenue for us to think outside of the box. Thank you, everyone. I think our lunch is getting ready, and I think we should be getting ready for Natalia. And Patience first. Make sure she's getting ready. All right, people. Can I invite the mentors to begin the line? And then we are going to eat in only 30 minutes.
Serious people start dancing now. Forget the problems for one night. Leave the stress outside. Music healing every soul. Let the rhythm take control. If tomorrow comes too fast, tonight we make the feeling last. One more dance before daylight. One more memory tonight. From Kampala streets to worldwide sound. African rhythm shaking the ground. Different languages, same emotion. Music flowing like ocean motion. When the love drum hits so deep, nobody sitting in their seat. Phones up capturing the scene. baby girl, you know.
You light up my world.
Every time you whine slow.
And pull it out, we know.
Your body like fire.
Your love take me higher.
Girl, love forever.
Never leave my side.
Girl, when you step in the place, everybody turn and gaze. Smile, I could feel dangerous.
Got me losing focus.
One slow to the beat now. Make her feel your heat now.
Tonight nobody feels stop us.
You and me
till morning. Bambi, your love is sweet like banana. When you dance, kubanga, madesi yawa. TikTok waistline killer. African queen, no rival.
Post your picture for me Insta. Everybody jealous, kubanga. They can see the way I love you.
And I never hide and know you're my African beauty. Mama, African beauty.
Girl, you drive me
crazy. My African beauty. Wine for me slowly. Come closer to me. Forever my baby. African beauty.
Ooh la la la.
Your body better than danger. Every man wanna know ya. But tonight you belong, yeah. In my arms till sunrise. Your love got me hypnotized. Every touch, every vibe. Girl, you give me life. Bambi, your love is sweet like banana. When you dance, kubanga, madesi yawa. TikTok waistline killer. African queen, no rival.
Snapchat videos, kubanga.
Everybody watching yawa.
But me, I only want ya.
Forever and ever. My African beauty. Mama, African beauty.
Girl, you drive
me crazy. My African beauty. Wine for me slowly. Come closer to me. Forever my baby. African beauty.
Now when you call my name slow,
Me make the time go slow.
in the night we lose control.
Body to body, my lambe.
You the medicine to my soul.
Only you can make me whole.
Baby, never
Let me go. Kwagalanya. African beauty, my one and only. African beauty, King Love and Vinca vibes.
forever together.
African beauty.
African beauty.
Maria, Ana Maria, Maria Rosa, Quendoza, aigo, aigo, oh, oh, Nessimie. Maria Mama Rosa, Maria Mama way, Maria Mama Rosa, oh my love, yeah. Ulilwa nkulohoza mutima gunuma. Kasiri nawe baby siraba sana. Nagenda wala nyonga kunonya. Muguli kifongeri nyayo nita. Maria sweet and kwagala nyo. Nzendi uo forever yo. Maria Rosa sorry, but ndoza I'm sorry. Maria Ana sorry, Maria Rosa I'm sorry. Maria Rosa sorry, ndoza I'm sorry. Maria Maria Rosa sorry, love you and see what I'm sorry. Maria Ana sorry, baby come out, oh I'm sorry. Maria Rosa ndoza Maria Emikono ginsudo buzibu bunuma. Sensi gadde mukironga nkwita. kutunulide mu biroto byange. Maria sweetheart oli mulunginyo, wali wa Mungu Maria wambula, kwentambula wona gwendi kuloza, seyalina magezi gagwa, lovyo yankubanga siri na mani, eyali amanyo kukwase mirimu, kati mutima gwange gwe gugude mu birowoozo. Maria oli wakubangwa nfude kyelolewa, baby ge nkwagala nnyo. Te amo Maria, je t'aime Mariana, sweet lover Maria, come close mama. Nalinkole byobuvubuka, empise mbizo nanzire sawo, kati njagala love ya mazima nga gwe nawe oli wange. Kakati nina sente naye siri musanyufu, kubanga gwe njagala tuli kumpi. Maria jango nyambe sweetheart, obulamu bugenda nga siri nawe, eyalo munene kati nkoye, kwetabuli lunaku komawe waka. I'm sorry my dear lover Maria, kwagala paka kunkomerero. Maria Rosa, sorry, kwe doza, sorry Mariana, sorry Maria Rosa, sorry Maria Rosa, sorry, kwe doza, sorry Maria. Maria Rosa, sorry, love you si rosa, I'm sorry Mariana, sorry, baby come out, I'm sorry Maria Rosa, kwe doza, Maria, Maria, only you my baby. Ay, missing me, Maria Rosa.
And no beat. Show vibe. Baby never replace me. Love young and no fake thing. Jogging that and jagala. Forever now and my queen. Original love we bring. No pretender in the scene. Abalala bali mubanga.
Fetuli royalty, wekuba kusiba kapapula, senkwata heart yobulungi, bali mumiti batunula, kafetuli mulight nyo, mukwano tonde galutalo, love no terina duplicate, what's 500 mumutima, fire burning every day.
You liking the way that I'm talking, body move slow when you walking. Baby girl, you got me calling midnight till the morning. Abalala babego,
changu tu salensalo,
zen the original lover.
te wale nsobola no.
Nancy Jago stress on na.
Love you yampa mani,
Wanna go nyononye,
ati no yali yononeka.
baganya abalala,
Cause your love is sweeter. Girl, you make me feel alive. Every day getting deeper.
baby never replace me.
Never replace me now.
Jogging the yengenda,
My love, me no pretender.
the original baby.
Gaba, original love.
Abalala baleke bakyawe,
Faithfully dangerous love.
champion girl, you know that. Na yonzunza nyo,
Why?
fonyange nkukubira. Na ye no pika,
All night.
abo mukwano bangamba, love nwengenda.
Kunuma.
Na ye bwenkulaba smiling,
Nziramo kunya. Bakubali abaloba bote bamanyi feeling. Kano kakola nyo baby more than any healing. Omutima mulimu nampulirira moya chasi. Naye lwaki bebe. Ompa love no twala peace.
your love,
Show me your love, yeah.
I know.
Your love, yeah. Dance with me slowly till the sunrise. Baby, your love. Show me. Stuck with you now, we're only forever too. Every little thing you do can see you're closer to you. When you smile, like kisenge kyaka. Boy, love, yeah, sigalampia. Late night talks till morning light. Gato kwatagana, tight. Gonkwata mpola slow. How are we home? I know. sijakuduka no more. Kwegwendi kwa fo. Every time you telling nyalange, kwa gala still the same. I'm stuck with you, so stuck with you. Baby, tell what I do. Right next to you, belongs with you. Bully Lunako, I'm loving you. Stuck with you forever. Little, let me beg you now. Stuck with you forever. Boy, we belong together.
Patience, you there? You can start.
I greet you all. Good afternoon. Patience Ayesiga is my name. Sangha, you're going to project or I do it on my side?
You can actually do from your side.
All right. Good afternoon to you all. Project 1 and Project 5, thank you for this organization and for the boot camp and the students that are present. Yeah, I welcome you. Ayesiga Patience is my name. I'm a scholar on Project 1. Yeah, doing research on River Rizi catchment in the middle part. So the upper catchment, which consists of the city stretch, serves as our focal point, our starting point. So I'll be sharing with you a few glimpses of the research we have done, and so far some of the tentative results we have received from the city. So you could pick some traces and glimpses of it, yeah, from this brief presentation. So river is a catchment. It's actually a catchment covering over approximately around 8,000 square kilometers. Oh, sorry, let me increase it. Are you able to hear me properly? Can you hear me?
Come in, please.
I proceed?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, so this is the river catchment we are dealing with. So our Mbarara is right here. So we have around 12 districts within this catchment. So if our focus is in Mbarara, that means we have we are going to receive a summary of what happens in the 5 districts, because we have 5 districts before this river flows through Mbarara city, and then we also have 6 districts after Mbarara city. So whatever flows through is not entirely attributed to Mbarara as a city, but even what has flown and emerged from the other cities. So we are on a transition point. So this is a river that flows approximately 55 kilometers, but the stretch within Mbarara is approximately 12 to 15 kilometers. And this particular stretch serves approximately 1 million people. This river is subject or experiences fluctuation in during MAM and SON. That is, we usually have the volume of water in this river rise or increase March, April, May, and then also September, October, November. That depends on the seasonality. That's tentative. What is known, but the seasons have been changing, and so is the rainfall that we receive. This river is flowing at the lowest point within our city, which is approximately 1,000 meters above sea level. And it does not exceed usually 1,000, the lowest 1,100, but that is the terrain. That is the topography along which this river is flowing. And our average discharge currently is at 25 cubic meters every second. This particular stretch of River Rizi is devoid of, I'll say, vegetation. The largest part of the vegetation has been lost, and we are going to see in the preceding slides what could have happened. But at this point, I would like to say that this river flows through more of a cliff, the steepest points of the city. That is why anytime it rains, the sudden rush, the point at which it rains and the point at which water immediately is delivered into Rizi is quite fast, because there is a very short distance over a steep cliff or a steep falling face between the city, the neighboring parts of the city, and the river itself. So this is a glance. This is the upper part of Rizi. That is Ruti, the stretch that flows from Ruti, that is from Rampara district now into Mbarara city. Previously, this part used to be covered with, it was actually a forest, but you notice it is naked now. It is open, you're able to see everything. And you can observe that the river is quite dirty. If you look at the sides of the river, you notice there is something thin, like some more of a very thin shrub trying, but you notice it is cover and seal. But that is how the river within the city of the city. But the moment it gets from most of us, for those who know Mbarara city quite well, from around that is Kazire, where we have the abattoir, up to BSU, it's actually a strip or a steep cliff or fall faces all through. So the river flows through a very narrow channel. So if we need to this particular, if we are looking at the innovation detail, then we need to look at the water, we need to look at the vegetation, we need to look at the soil, we need to look at the life within this water vis-a-vis the morphology of this river, where it changes, where it narrows, where it widens, or variation in the innovations that you'll have to come up with. So why are we interested in Rizi? Yeah, we are Ugandans, we are from Mbarara, but there is something, this is a resource God has gifted us with. And one of the reasons as to why we enjoy the good climate is because of this river. It releases an open water surface that continuously releases water vapor and cools the atmosphere. So in other words, even when it is very hot in Lakai, it is very hot just very close in Lyantonde, it is not that hot in Mbarara. But currently, things are beginning to change, and why we are taking over what actually has been helping in providing that cooling atmospheric element. The water source. We have had, it's our major water source in terms of water, the industries around, and the agriculture basically relies on this water. The moment the water levels go down, the prices of food will increase. The prices of the manufactured, the light industries will increase. And so will be any other thing that utilizes water. 99% of the water we utilize is supplied to us by national water. And you will testify that during the dry seasons, we don't have that regular supply. Why? National water is unable to pump what can sustainably flow into the entire city, like when the discharge is higher. So implying that our life is definitely dependent on this river. And then we look at the ecological functions of the river itself, the biodiversity, conservation, among others. It's a beautiful landscape. It's a beautiful system to have a river. There are very many cities that would long to have rivers flow within them, but it's impossible. But for us who have been able to have a river should actually ensure that it is maintained. We can use maybe the lessons. We can pick lessons from what has been happening in KCCA when we had Nachivubo open, when we had Nachivubo paved, and now Nachivubo no more. What has travailed in the aftermath? So I would like to give you a very small tip that this change in River Rizi is not a recent phenomenon. It has, this is something that has been growing for a period of time. So in our previous research, we have managed to track these changes in the last 30 years. In 1995, you will notice this is our River Rizi, this one, if you can follow my cursor, and you know the population over these high hill slopes, the raised areas within the city and Imbara district have increased. So now, as a result of these changes, there are indicators, visible indicators we could have, or we have seen, that reflect or portray that our river is actually at risk and something needs to be done. And some of these indicators cannot be hidden. They are visibly everywhere. So usually when it rains, I think even when it has not rained, if you slope to River Rizi, this is what you will see. You just see running water with some, should I say, floating plants with plastics. Most of the water that flows into the city will arrive like this, but we leave the city looking like this. Notice the difference. Even without any chemical analysis, physically it arrives like this and we leave the city like this. So there is a transition in surface, there is a transition in output that needs intervention. The interventions before the city may or will be different for what will be after the city. And then you notice for those, for our study that has been able to track even what happens several kilometers downstream, at some point our river is clean. You notice how it looks like where we have that white foam. And then towards, at the end of Isinjiro, towards Rakai, this is how our water looks like. So you notice that the challenge, the largest challenge River Rizi has is within the city. So thank God that something is going to be done and it will come out of this study. So apart from the water itself, another challenge our river is being stuffed with is the sediment. The sediment definitely is propelled by the discharge. When the river is energetic, the moment the discharge increases, then the energy to carry increases. But if there is nothing to carry, you'll have clean water flow through. But if we continuously release, send, dump a lot of material, then it will have to carry it. So you notice this, these are patches. This particular image is below, that is below Rugazi. And then these others are after BSU. But you notice this is sediment that is carried when the volume of water increases. And when the volume reduces, you notice what remains behind. And that means the moment the sediment increases, then the shape reduces, because that means the channel bed will be raised, and that affects the river dynamics. So in other words, we can look at how best we can reduce on this amount of load, the amount of load that flows into the river. Naturally, the river is like a human, is actually a person. It's like a human body. The way you function is exactly the way it does. So if it's like you're 50 kilograms and someone is making you carry 1,000 tons, you can never stand upright. You can never walk steadily. You will have to stagger in one way or the other. And that's what the river is actually suffering. So at some point, it will lose balance, and then it will deposit until another time when energy is released, then it can be able to carry. But this is something that we can reduce based on if we can be able to map those particular points where we have large sediments arriving, and we trap and we hold it, in much as it can be able to manage the disequilibrium, but at times it exceeds. In other words, a system, once the stability is exceeded by extremity, then it will also take a long time to again get back to balance. So how best can we help? How best can we limit the staggering so that even when it is overwhelmed, at least it can manage to retain its balance once again. So that is with the sediment. Yeah, these are some of the sites on Rizi. Yeah, and this one, you notice we have sediment and collapsing banks. Why the banks are collapsing, you notice people are farming up to the side. This is actually below Mbarara University. And I put this image on purpose. Just below the library, the university library, just face below it, you'll be able to see this particular image. So you notice on the sides, some creeping plants. This is not typical of wetland, but it's an invasive. On the other upper side, you notice like falling banks with whitish sides. So that implies that this was previously a river bank, but which is collapsing. And why it's collapsing is that the ability for it to be maintained, to withhold and stand water flow has been tampered with. We have a lot of human disturbance along this particular stretch. Yeah, the water levels, we attribute them to the continuous change in weather. There is one particular image at the lower part. This one is an innovation. I would say it is an indigenous innovation by the local community. This is a community of fishermen, and they realize that during the dry season, the volume of water goes down, and when it goes down, they lose fish. So the best way to actually stop and hinder water from always flowing was create this embankment. It is an indigenous one. And when the discharge, in other words, during the rainy season, when the water rises, that means fish are able to flow from one part of this river and then proceed. But you realize, in other words, I'm calling it an indigenous because it's a design by the community. But we have had similar designs along the city. People are trying to pave and pull water close to their farm so that their animals don't have to move, so that they don't have they can access closed parts for them to pump water to their vegetable gardens, to the etc. It's a whole lot. If you actually do a survey on this, you'll find that there is more on this particular stretch. This is the Katete Bridge just below Lugazi, and we have some species there. These are not typical wetland species. Below, I think around, it may be around like 500 meters, we have papyrus on this same stretch. And then we also have an accruing species I am referring to as Typha. Typha is an invasive species and it is growing at a very high rate. If you're someone who comes from Ntungamo, you come from Bushenyi, you come from Ibanda, you come from if you use the Kampala the Kampala road, most of if you're using the Kampala road, we have a wetland that supplies Rizi, just Coca-Cola, Coranoria. That entire wetland no longer holds papyrus. It now has Typha. So that is a buy zone. It's now bye-bye for Cyprus. It's not possible that you have it again. But most of those lines, the water lines that are supposed to feed into Rizi, where papyrus was growing and was filtering and were having clean water, have already been, they have been replaced by this particular invasive species. So if we are looking at innovations, then we also need to take a we can also give a second eye to the vegetation species that exist along this river line. They are of very, you can take interest. So these are some of the activities within this river. There is one particular site, I think before that is before you reach Maryhill High School, actually before the abattoir, there is a very, I'll not call it something beautiful, but it's a site that I'll say is rugged. It's not pleasing to see, but it is a site where you have had the largest part of the river being utilized, paved, diverted, degraded, mainly for making bricks. So every time you see a beautiful building within the city, you just know this is a resource from the river. So as we are enjoying the beauty of the city, we are giving where we are saying, yes, we can do some exchange between the river and the resources. But the truth of the matter is, innovations can help us curb. We need the development, we need a balance, we need to balance. But how best can we have this regulated? Yeah, these are some of the images that indicate. When you look at these images, they are from a study that was done by Professor Grace in the Department of Chemistry, and they portray. When you look at these images, you may think they have been picked from Karamoja, Kotido, those regions that experience extremely dry spells or drought. But this is Rizi. There are times when the water shrinks to the point that you cannot even have a 30-centimeter ruler stand, and that is the height, that is the discharge, that is the depth of the river. So the drivers for this degradation range from the growing population. We have very many people coming into the city whom we cannot regulate, and their needs have to be taken care of. Although, yeah, we also acknowledge the weakness in our political system, the weakness in the implementation of the policies that guard utilization of these natural resources. So what do we stand to lose? We are students, we have come to the university, we can choose to keep quiet. We finish our 3-year course, 4-5, and then we are out of the university. So the dwellers, the natives of Mbarara will have to manage their problems. What do we stand to lose? For the 1, 2, 3, or the so many years you're going to be at Mbarara University or even the neighboring community, what do we or what do they stand? What does the city stand to lose? There will be no water. The truth be told, some people say, will there be a time when? The truth is that if nothing is done, because songs have been sung, but as the population grows and we do not see any pertinent mechanism, conservation that is tangible, trying to convert all this deterioration, we are bound to lose these resources. And for you to know that it is a fact and something of this nature can happen is for you to confirm that what we know as the Sahara Desert was never a desert. It used to be well watered, just like the southwestern part of Uganda is well watered. But currently it is the hottest desert on the continent. So do not underestimate the small innovation, the small conservation mechanism or strategy or idea that you're able to come up with. It can save this river, you never know for how long, but it can do something. Anything that can be done to save it should be done now, not tomorrow, not later. The quality of water. If we had a team from National Water, they would actually share with us the cost of treating very dirty water and the cost of treating clean water. Research indicates that Mbarara city has got the dirtiest water countrywide. Make a research and find out. Check the water that is pumped by National Water in the different districts of the country. You'll find, compare it with the one of Mbarara, it is the worst. National Water and Sewerage Corporation. And the reason is the water. The population is growing. The population is growing. We still, the demand is high, but the plants available have to supply water. The pumps available have to be supply substantial or an adequate amount of water to meet the demand of this population. So at the end of it all, you will have water go through the system, not that it comes out when it's dirty. It is treated just like but it takes a very short time within the processing system and it is released for us to utilize in our taps. But it is one of the dirtiest. So in other words, the more as the quality of our water in our source declines, so will be the same in our taps and what we use. The heat waves will increase. The floods, 2 years ago, we experienced, the river experienced a flood. It has not experienced in the last 62 years. That is before independence. And all that white sand you see came as a result of that flood. So who knows what the magnitude of the next flood will be? Yeah, food supply. We deteriorate it, we don't conserve it, we risk. So we begin importing food. Biodiversity loss, and even the conflicts of water, the conflicts of land, among others. So why we need to, or why we need River Rizi conserved? If you look at this image, that is a water gauge. There is a red one below, next to papyrus, and that one is supposed to be covered with water. When it was planted, it was the minimum But you notice it is completely dry, and so is the second gauge. So what does this tell you? That water, the quantity of water we have been receiving is declining, We usually expect rain, seasonal rain, as in rain for 3 months, March, April, May. But at the moment, you can tell me, when did you last receive rain? What quantity? What is the frequency? What is the intensity? Everything has changed. So that is why we should conserve this small that is left that we have. Our population is increasing. If you go to the referral, we still have babies that are being born. They need clean water. They need a safe environment. The climate is changing. We need to manage the small that we are left with. And even then, conservation is the cheapest. You cannot compare it with we can't compare it with restoration. We cannot compare it with, there is a junction in Mbara City. You're going to, one heads to Kabare, that is Kabare Road, Mbara Kabare Road. There's a junction that continues to Kabare. There is one that branches off to Isingir, then the one to town. That T junction, below it, you have a stretch, a meander of River Rizi. 5 years ago, it collapsed. And why it collapsed is that the discharge increased and the water was able to eat up the vertical wall of this road. But remember, it is a highway. The government had to work. The government it was like an emergency. They had to intervene very fast and create gabions. So on the other vertical side where you have the road, there are gabions, which you can view very well on Bushenyi Road. You can be able to view them very well. But the cost of doing that is so much higher than the actual conservation cost, because this one had to be an emergency with embankments. But if, on the other side, conservation had been done earlier, these particular parts are left intact. We don't have people using them. We don't have settlements. Currently, there are hotels. There are buildings on that entire stretch. Something of this sort would maybe have been carved. Or if it's noticed earlier, the cracks are monitored and ascertained earlier, then the magnitude would not have grown from the river banks up to the upper side of this particular road. So we have had conservation mechanisms. We are not going to do, in other words, the conservation mechanisms of Rizi have been rolling. People have strategies have been rolled out, communities have been involved, enforcements have been done, people have been evicted from these river lines, but people will still come back. And where is the challenge? The balance. The law says do not. River Rizi's class is supposed to have a buffer of around 100. In your survey, you'll find that the River Rizi buffer is between, they mark 50 and then 100. In the 50, you're not supposed to do anything in it. Apart from sitting and enjoying the breath, you're not supposed to do anything. And then in the 100 and in the next 50, you can do some grazing. You're not supposed to enter, you're supposed to, but you'll find people have used the entire buffer and they are at the riverine. And they're actually praying that the riverine may even extend inward so that they can access more land. That is how far people have gone. So it's actually a dilemma balancing between the conservation and then what people need. People will tell you we cannot sleep hungry without food. We need the food. We are in the city, we are unemployed. We need something to actually survive on. So you'll find that even when the conservation mechanisms were previously in place, they have collapsed. They have been abandoned. They have been rejected. They have they have failed, and the reason is that same dilemma, balancing these two. Anything to do with force will not work, because force has a point at which it will break. So what innovation can we utilize to ensure that in much as lives are taken care of, there is conservation, there is protection ongoing. So this shows you that this is a community. In other words, I would like, in this particular image, I would like to tell you that the community has a very big role in the innovations you should make or you anticipate. The community will build, will support, will monitor, will foster, and will ensure that an innovation stands. And the community on the other side can fail. They can demoralize. They can do all forms of things to ensure that it does not work. We have had some conservation mechanisms in the city, in the upper part, that is the Ruharo stretch, and in the lower part after Kakova, the Kakova factories. But I'm telling you, communities can frustrate. You will plant, they will uproot. You will create a way for them, they will show you that this is where our cows are supposed to pass. So in other words, the community has to be involved. Anything you want to put forcefully, anything you do without involving them is bound to fail. So that, first things first, we need their input. We need to explain ourselves. We need to engage them, explain ourselves to them, explain, because they can view, they can see these indicators, they have evaluated and realized that this one is good. We can go with this. And then from their ideas, from their inclusion, then you sell. You can sell an idea, you can sell a strategy, but having them on board is very, very important. So in our study, the study we have carried out so far for 2 years, we have realized that where we have included them, those particular mechanisms are still, for the 2 years, they are still standing. But where they were not inclusive, there is a struggle. So that's where I'm saying for innovations that pertain natural resources, that pertain a river of this magnitude in a city, you require, there is need to include, to engage the community. Yeah, so these are some of the conservation mechanisms we have found, or I found, that are in place. But if you look at the first one says there is none. And I would like to tell you that the largest part of River Rizi has no mechanism. It has nothing. The largest part, the largest stretch of the river are completely bare. There is absolutely nothing there as evidence that conservation is ongoing. That is why you will notice a lot of challenges, a lot of hindrances, and all the indicators have been pointed exist right there. Then the second that exists, we have the buffer. It's supposed to be 200, but because of the noise from the community, NEMA set 200, local government set 100, but because of still the noise and the community, they have brought it to 50. So you'll find within 50 minimally, you'll have limited, but even at some points, even the 50 is utilized up to the riverbank itself. Yeah, we have, people collect water, so they reduce continuous interaction. The water being dirty and smelly, they don't go there. Yeah, we have afforestation, still very, very few people have woodlots because of the land tenure system. Agroforestry similarly, community-based monitoring is also limited to portions that are close and convenient for the people in office in charge of environment, water, ministry, among others. And then lively diversification still also on a small scale. So, this is the conclusion. What is there for us? What are those lens? What are those components that we could think about? And I thought I call it a digest loop, subject for you can think something to tingle you, to get you thinking. I could pick one or two and think along that. So we could have, what can be done for the plastics, because these do not decompose. So they affect the river itself, the morphology, they affect the water. It's a lot. Then we look at layering, the troughs, the pegs, the banks, the refuse points, our largest, a growing city. We have very many factories that are growing, that are utilizing, harvesting water directly from the river, and then they will do some treatment and then pump this water back. But we need to do some monitoring, because in our results that they have not shared them. Yeah, the nutrient concentrations from the water that flows through Rizi, yeah, they indicate high nutrient loads, and we anticipate that these industries have a role. But at the moment, I cannot tell how much each industry contributes in terms of the total nutrient load. So in this case, even the innovations, a minute. The battery is running down, but let me finalize. So you could look at the color themes, the runoff, the buffer strips around the university, yeah, the hanging walls, the embankments, and with the innovations, there is need to look at the safety factor, because you're dealing with life. Look at the river as a living thing. Look at the river as a living thing. It has life. Therefore, whatever innovation you make should not change this life form, should not change, should not tamper with the life within this river. So look at, if they are soil conservation, then they should also consider the water holding capacity. How much water flows through as before water reaches? How much do these soils take in? How much do they release? So that a conservation rhymes with the nature of this soil. Yeah. Other than that, let's innovate for Rizi. That is the life that has been given to us. Thank you for listening. Over to you, Sankara.
Yeah, thank you very much. Do we have anyone with a question, some questions? Thank you very much, Patience. On our end, we appreciate it. So I was trying to find out if we have anyone that has any question for you. And yeah, if you could be able to stay around, we have a few questions coming for you.
Thank you for your presentation. My name is Akanyayo Arthur. In your research, you presented that pollution has started in 2015, and that's when the water started changing. But still, could you give us a pollution growth over time from 20 2015, maybe to date, for you give us a percentage whether there has been an increase of maybe from 2025 to 2026 or 2024 to 2025, you give us at which rate do these people pollute this water? Thank you.
Do you have questions that Tejo?
Thank you. My name is Atkwatirio Fadida. My question is, I thought among the last presentation, I didn't see anything related to the floating vegetation, which is on top of that water, and I think it also is also a problem because, yeah, the aquatic life is endangered, and also it comes from the increase in the growth is because of pollution. So can we have like maybe ways of how we can remove that floating vegetation and we convert it maybe to fertilizer or something else? Thank you.
Thank you, Sankara. Mine is not a question, but I noticed that Patience has dropped off. She warned us earlier that her battery was getting drained. So if you have any questions, you could reserve them when she's back online. Then we could see how she responds. But meanwhile, I hope you guys utilized the second last slide where she was speaking out the digestive loop, something like that. That was a tip for all of you to think about as you go through your innovations. Thank you, Sankara.
Okay, I don't know if we have any reflections on our presentation. Even if there are actually not questions, as we pray and hope that she can be able to connect again. She's coming again, yeah? So do you have any reflection? I think if I was Dr. Sal, I would request everyone of us to first stand up a bit. Just see me as her right now. Stand up a bit so that we get back. Yeah? Okay, and I will allow Dennis to take us through some energizer shortly. Kuba ndaba tuvuddeko.
So, guys, how many of you have seen this before? This is Kuku Dance. It's an energizer that we usually use in most of the workshops. So you're going to create enough space around yourself, and then we shall all be following what the guy will be doing, so that the rice, the whatever that we've eaten, and find some space in our bodies. Okay, so let's get going.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are glad that our Patience is back. And Patience, I don't know if you picked the second question or you just got one.
When I went off.
Okay. So yeah, she says she actually missed out on the first one also. So we're going to allow the two questions just quickly. You answer, then we can welcome Prof.
Thank you. My question was from her presentation, we didn't see, she mentioned about when pollution started, maybe from 2015 up to date. But we didn't see the pollution growth over time. Like, could you provide the measured pollution index versus the water quality index, maybe from 2015 up to date? At which range have these people been dumping into this water? Thank you.
We had another. Could make it brief.
Yeah, thank you. My question was, why isn't floating water vegetation not tackled? Yet it is also a problem as it slows the speed of water flow and also the aquatic organisms that are inside. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Patience.
Thank you, Sankara. The first question, the study, the results I shared with you were spatial temporal results. They had nothing to do with chemical. There was no chemical analysis that was done backwards. We relied on the satellite imagery to trace the change in wetland cover, and the change in wetland cover directly has a connection with the physical characteristics, and that includes water. So that's why I say, that's why I mentioned that there is a linkage, that the changes in water now are not a recent phenomena, but have been prevailing, have been changing over time. And I was using the results for the spatial temporal to influence this particular change in the quality of water as well. And also the same for number 2 as well. We have not done, the results I shared with you are for, the results I shared with you are not typical of the city. They are not typical of the city, but one of our point lies in the city and the middle part of the catchment. And I did not also share with you results to do with, this one was asking, you have just asked about the aquatic life and organisms. Yeah, that was not inclusive in the study we conducted. Yeah, ours was mainly, we're looking at, I looked at the wetland change, the quality, the sediment concentration, and the nutrient concentration load. But the results for sediment and nutrient load, I have not shared. Yeah, since they were mainly out of the city. But that is it for now.
Okay,
One with a vote of thanks to Patience. Before we welcome Prof, anyone who wants to thank, you could drop in a line of what particularly that you picked ahead of your visit to Ruizi tomorrow morning and ahead of your solution or anything. Do you have anyone to thank her? You know, that means a lot. that she's been speaking and no one is willing to thank her. Is that so? Is that so? Okay, everyone is saying him. Seems you're in the business of talking.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Akansas Rabethias, and on behalf of this team, I would like to appreciate our speaker Patience for the beautiful presentation, which has equipped us with good knowledge, which I believe tomorrow we shall base on to even discover more. Such presentations or such information, where it's absent, we really take things which are serious for granted. Because me sometimes I would find myself criticizing like people who are focusing like on you're focusing on the environment while we have other important issues that are harming us, unemployment, what. But with such information, you really see, for example, that everything is interconnected, and if we don't conserve our environment, we are going to even lose the life that we are still fighting for. So thank you so much, Patience, and may you continue doing your best in this research, and we wish you success, and we really appreciate your presentation.
Thank you very much. And from us, of course, yeah, Patience is, I think, willing to continue being a mentor. We've had engagements prior this, and she committed. So it depends really how many of us are going to be able to come for that space. Who is interested in closing whatever the gap that you're about to find out when you go to River Ridge tomorrow. So ladies and gentlemen, without really much ado, we will be welcoming in Prof. Natalia Pezzotto from the USA at GMU, George Mason University. She has 20 years plus experience as an engineer and also innovator. She has had a number of patents and IPs. She's been behind a number of innovations. She'll be able to talk about them. But she has innovated largely around medical solutions. However, her recent interest is within conservation kind of solutions. And we are glad that she accepted to be talking to us. Prof, if you could be able to just confirm that you're getting us slightly before we... okay. That sign, Prof, here locally is an important one politically, and I just hope we don't begin on a biased side. But don't worry, it's the government in power. No one will come. Recently we have sovereignty bill talk, and it could have been another issue. But Prof, thank you very much for allowing to be engaging. Prof, in the audience we have a number of students, Mbarara University of Science and Technology, from different faculties actually. I understand that you expected most of them could have been engineers, but we have those from the education side, those from the health sciences, those from planning and community development, those from business, and also those from computing, and those from the engineering side. And Prof, as you might be already aware, these are the next big green innovators that we have in the building. Now, for heads up, she was here last year. She spent a few weeks. She will be able to tell us how long she was here at Mbarara University of Science and Technology as a Fulbright scholar funded by the US government. So she's a US alumni. And while here, she interacted with a number, I don't know, how many of us interacted with her when she was at Creative, though there are not many internees that we had last time. She came with she left them with robotic hands and quite a number of equipment to use, those that were around. So partly before she starts, we believe she's going to rate us. We need to hear about how the time was when you're here, Prof. Now, without much ado, I need to remind us again that while she's talking to us today, of course, tomorrow we might miss her because it's kind of filled. Wednesday, she will be online to hear out what you're presenting, but she's also going to add another presentation around prototyping, and she'll be able to give feedback for those that will be pitching on Thursday. Now, the teams that then go beyond and, again, passionate and also the interest, she will be willing to continue offering those virtual mentorship sessions. And for all our joint programs that will be coming, that is the team that we believe will be working hand in hand with her. And she's always willing to mentor. So that really said, you will allow me now, you join me to welcome Prof. Natalia Risotto. Thank you very much. Prof, over to you.
This meeting is being recorded. There, but can you guys hear? Okay, so I hear an echo. Maybe somebody else. Oh wait. Rogers, can you turn your microphone off? I don't know who that person is, but I think, yeah, but I hear an echo, my voice. There, I think that's perfect. Oh, maybe not. There's still an echo. That's weird. Oh, maybe now it's perfect. Yes, yes. Can you guys still hear me? Yeah. Hopefully, yes. Perfect. Okay. Well, good afternoon to everybody. It's morning here, and thank you, Sankara. I am honored, and it's my great pleasure to talk to everybody. I will keep following you. I know that maybe tomorrow you will be offline, but as Sankara said, on Wednesday I'll be back here. But also I want to make sure you are, that you can count on me as the project moves forward, or several projects. Maybe it goes beyond the Tech Bootcamp, the Tech Advanced Bootcamp. And we are funded by the Mandela Washington Fellowship for Young African Leaders. That's really Sankara is doing. So he was an awardee of this program, and now the Department of State gives us, supporting us through IRACs, and I am affiliated with George Mason University. For all the people who are here online and there in person, I want to invite you to connect with me on LinkedIn. So my last slide has links that hopefully we can connect, and also my email is here. So if something happens that you never see me again, you can still. This meeting is being recorded. Originally from Brazil, and I know Brazil is a long way from Barara, but I was born in Rio and São Paulo, and then studied for a long time in São Paulo. I don't know if you can see my mouse online, maybe not. Let let me see if I can, oh, I don't know. Oh, maybe I can do this. Okay, so you can't see my mouse online, can you? I don't know. But anyway, I have the mouse here in Sao Paulo, and then I live currently 30 minutes from the White House, so it's very near Washington D.C. If you ever want to come visit, please email me, and I will host you in my house. So you're all invited, not all at the same time, like 2 at a time maybe. You're welcome to stay in my house. So you have an open invitation to come if you're part of this boot camp. And last year, as Sankara said, I came to Barada and had the best time of my life for 1 month only. I was trying to learn Runyankoli. It was very hard, and I really want to come back, maybe for a semester one day. And down here, this world map has stars and hearts and places that I have lived and taught and worked before. So you see around the world where I've been, a lot in the US, but in Europe, and then in Korea, and then in Africa. I've only been to Mbarara, so and of course to Kampala, but just for the airport. So here are the universities I've been affiliated with. So when I was in Brazil, my high school was an electronics high school, and then I became an engineer, went to Germany, did part of my PhD, went back to Brazil. And after that, I started looking for jobs in the US, and I went through these 3 universities. I don't know if you recognize, but University of Washington is in Seattle, and then Stanford in the 2000s, and then since 2006, I've been a professor at George Mason, so I'm very, very old. And the university I'm affiliated with is the biggest university in the state of Virginia. It's also one of the most diverse universities. We have 124 different countries that send students to the university. And this is the building where I work, the engineering building. And we offer several different kinds of engineering. I know here there are people, as Sankara said, from different fields. I do work with the College of Science, with College of Public Health, College of Education and Human Development, and I think that's it. So we have like 6 colleges. I work with 4 different colleges there. On the weekends, I offer food to homeless people. So these are examples of homeless tents in DC. So you see the big buildings in the background there. I am very interested in sustainability, in climate change, how to talk to homeless people and have them either housed or supported in being homeless. So in the US, there are, I think, a lot of homeless folks who are, by choice homeless. And how can we go and support them where they are? In my lab, a lot of these are different pictures of our poster sessions, or Adisa, she's from the Ivory Coast. She became a PhD 5 years ago in my lab. And we're interested in prosthetic devices and robots, assistive technology, virtual reality for mental health, substance use disorder, but in general also climate change, sustainability. So let me see if I can take this out. There you go. Okay. Oops. So this is another example of how this is how my lab looks on the left side. This is very busy with a lot of equipment. And on the right side, it's a summer program that I'm running. So all the students who are participating this summer there. I realize maybe it's winter actually in Barada, but right now in the US it's summer. A lot of times I host projects at the undergraduate level. So this is a project with virtual reality and recording brainwaves while people are exposed to stressful environments or to cues and triggers for substance use disorder. And I am interested in hosting whatever people want, for example, a fridge that's sustainable, that uses much less energy and can keep lettuce or greens much longer. So a table that's run with solar panel on top, but you can charge devices, for example. So these are some of the projects. And I have a list of projects in this website. If you type on a browser, go.gmu.edu/projects, you're going to see a Google Doc with a lot of projects, like websites that you can click and go to those projects. So the one project that is close to my heart is a robotic feeder. So it feeds people with either cerebral palsy or stroke. And we were asked to do this for a hospital around here, around the university. And we started with popsicle sticks. So maybe you see here on the top left, there is a electric tape holding a popsicle stick. And on the right side is my student here presenting to people at a conference, but it's a student led conference that they are trying to show how we can pick up Cheerios. And I hope that my video will work, but I will try to convince you, whichever project that you do, you start with the paper airplane. Let's say you want to build the best airplane in the world, and you have a brand new idea for an airplane. I'm going to ask you to show me the simplest possible version of that project. And we call that MVP, which is minimal viable product, or prototype, minimal viable prototype. And for an airplane, if you wanted to show that it flies, you'd start with a piece of paper and literally fold it and throw it and say, see, this flies. And are we good with this? So I really want whatever idea you have for you to attempt to do the simplest possible paper version of that idea, so that we can, have a very good feeling for where is it going to fail, can we make it fail, and fix what's going to be the bottleneck or what will fail first. And in my more than 20 years teaching, it's been very hard to teach this particular thing, how to fail. Nobody wants to fail, right? So when my students make projects, usually they come with something that's ready and it's working well, and I want to break it. So nowadays, what I tell them is that I am a really good breaker. I can break things as an engineer, so it's very important that you guys learn how to break your own ideas so that you make them better early on. So I don't want you to break your last idea. I want you to break your first ideas. And I'm going to show you a video. Hopefully, there's only music in the background, so I hope it's... Oh, you know what? I have to share sound. Hold on a second. I will reshare. Hold on a sec. Share. I forgot this. There. So hopefully you see this again. And so I'm going to show you a video of one of my feeding arm projects, not mine, like my students. It's many, many years ago, maybe 10 years ago now, maybe more. But it shows how many times they failed and what they have tried that it didn't work. So take a look, because we're going to talk about it. Oh, I'm not sure it's easy to talk about this in this setting, but I would love for you to look at this video and later tell me or think about it. And you're welcome to type on the chat or send me an email like, this is what I thought of this video. So let's see if it works.
Oh my God, that is going to be...
Okay, so I hope you could see and hear the video. Yeah, if you couldn't hear it, it's fine. It's like just the music. But the group that did this, many of them are now well in their careers. The Dan Stetson, the project manager, is now designing airplanes for one of the main American companies. So by designing this arm and actually delivering, so this new arm here on the right side went to the user. I don't have it in the lab. I still have the old one, but they finished this and sent it to the person. So I wanted this to be a discussion, but I have the feeling this will probably not be easy here. I hope you saw that they made a better product by failing. They failed pretty dramatically with detecting the plate, detecting the person. I don't know if you saw, they put a red mark on the person. And in the end, really, they didn't need that. By the end, they made a much simpler product. Turns out when you're sitting, your head is always in the same place. It's not like the arm. Sometimes the mouth is up here. Sometimes the mouth is down here. The mouth is always like more or less 20 centimeters from where the food is, or whoever's in a wheelchair, they don't move much. Actually, we don't move much, right? So take a look next time you eat. Usually you want the plates to be, tables are pretty standard heights. And people don't change from one day to the other. So if you make it a feeding arm for somebody that literally only goes up like this much, you still have to scoop up the food. I think that's the hardest part. But anyway, they failed for a whole year, but by the end, they made a much better product than if they had made the product the first time, trying to make it the final product. Anyway, I hope I convinced you, but I'm happy to take questions, or if you want to type in the chat or unmute and talk. See that I do have the chat open. Hold on. Yeah. Anyway, please let me know in case I'm not. Oh yeah, I have the chat here. Okay. So now about this particular talk and this particular boot camp, the idea is that we want, and I saw a little bit of the prior talks, which I absolutely enjoyed. I really need to study more. I just started these last 2 to 3 weeks looking at environmental issues in Uganda. So I'm a beginner. I'm very green on that, but I have experience helping teams going through the sustainability development goals, the SDGs. So here, I will talk about 2 or 3 things that I saw online. The environmental, pressures on Uganda, but of course, I'm assuming each one of you you guys have your own favorite problems. Maybe it's a local problem, Barada, for example. I know you were talking about the bodas, like how do you, make that safe? And so it can be a completely different problem than what I'm going to describe to you. I'm just telling you what I saw online. And then my experience has been in the US for the last 20 years, but then before that, for 30 years, I was in Brazil, and I helped design some of those solutions. For example, how the trash solution for trash, for example, is one that I was involved with in my undergraduate time. And then how do you translate that back to Uganda? And why is it that we're so interested in you guys doing it while you are there, actually? So the first thing is, I want to suggest that instead of asking, instead of copying exactly what Brazil or the US did, that we look up what happened there and we translate to the best possible practice in Uganda. So I will go through some of the problems that I found or that I looked at these challenges in the country, and recognizing that you guys know way more than I will ever know. But online nowadays, you can have all this information. For example, Uganda is a very young country. I think it's one of the youngest. So this strength is going to be a huge asset for you or for us in this, in designing things for the next generation or to help Uganda. So problems are the access to electricity and water, and then burning wood and charcoal. So the where the energy comes from, right? So the forest cover in Uganda is 11% currently, and only 15% of the households, of the families, have access to clean cooking, so clean sources of energy. There is plastic waste generated is 600 tons, and it's not that much in the grand scheme of things for the whole world. This is not that big, but for Uganda, it is big. Or there are many things that we could do about that, and I'll show you a couple of things that Brazil has done. These are slides that go more in detail about, for example, the loss of forest cover. I don't know if you've been told this. Maybe you all learned this. I didn't, in school at least. Brazil has the same problem that we used to have a lot of, the Amazon forest, and then we lost half of it. And this is the same thing with Uganda. The forest covers declined, but the rate of decline has been slow. It is much slower than before, which is great. So it used to be 124 hectares per year, 124,000, and now it's only 38. So in terms of how well this is going, it's going well, except of course now we lost a lot. And this is very similar to what happened in Brazil. So, and of course with more people, it's much harder to keep forests. So there is a 3% annual growth in population, and this hurts hurts the country. So everybody probably knows that cooking smoke is a problem for not only our own health, for people's health, people who are cooking, but also for the environment. So that black smoke, that black carbon, so there's CO2 and black carbon, and those two are the problems for the climate and for us personally. So this is, I did not know this. A single cooking fire can emit roughly as much CO2 each year as a typical car. So of course, a lot of people in Uganda do not use cars. So if you go with a boda, if you travel with that, it's much better than a car. But still, as you see here on the bottom left, the burden falls hardest on women and children, who spend the most time at the cooking fire and gathering fuel, instead of doing other things, right? Instead of working, being paid, and being healthier than being at the cooking fire. And I also know that you guys had talks today about environmental challenges with, for example, clean water with the river. I can't remember. I can't say the word. But it turns out Lake Victoria also has a problem, or maybe you also had this with the weed. And I don't know if you can see on the top right, maybe it's very dark there, but for me it's almost too dark. But if you look up the water hyacinth, you're going to see it's this green plant or weed that covers the lake. And the problem is then a lot of stuff stays inside and cannot come out. And then there is the water doesn't get clean. So the clean water threshold for the biochemical oxygen demand is 5, and they measured it 32 times. So it's like it's not clean water anymore. And the problem is mainly this weed. Oh my Lord. Okay, sorry. the weed blocks boats and water intakes and depletes the oxygen. So it's threatening fish that a lot of people in Uganda depend on. I'm sure you guys know way more about this than I do, but it was an eye-opening for me to see this. So I went to Kampala, and on the drive there, I think we saw parts of Lake Victoria. So, and finally, the 600 tons of plastic and that go uncollected. And there's, 60% go uncollected. So 40% is collected and managed. And I think only 3% is recycled. And it's typical. I think in the US it's 9% that gets recycled. And everybody thinks this is a national problem that we really need to worry about. And so 60%, at least from what I saw in these sources, I looked more and more to see if I can get a better picture of what happens to the 60% that leak in the environment. Where do they go? Do they get incinerated? Do people burn them for fuel or not for fuel, for heat? Or what happens? But it was not that easy for me to find it. But anyway, there is a problem with plastic. So these four problems taken together feel like a big loop that we could maybe do something about, or these projects this week that we start this week maybe can address some of this. So, cooking with wood and charcoal leads to more deforestation, so we need more wood for that. And this impacts the air and the health, people's health, and generates more CO2, so impacts climate health. And then this helps polluting water. And of course, there is the weeds that we talked about. And this leads to uncollected plastics that make the problem even worse. And the poverty never allows the cycle to break. So if people had more resources, of course, I remember talking to some of you, maybe were there last year in the Creative Campus headquarters, and someone raised their hand and said, if we just have more money, everything would be better. And I agree, actually. I think this is very true, and this is the same thing that we think in Brazil. What happens is that if somebody were just giving us a little bit of money, we could do wonders with it. Yes, that is. I have to say I agree with that. But what happens is often we have no money. And I started this presentation thinking I'm going to give you ideas from Brazil and the United States, but really I think that my main thing that I'll present is on the Brazilian side. So Brazil also has no money. So the thing is, in the US, often when we want to do something, we first ask for money, and often, well, it takes me 10 times asking, and then or 20 times, and then someone gives us money, and then we do that one idea. So you have 20 different ideas, and it's like, here, I have this idea for clean water. I have this idea for solar panel table. I have this idea for feeding people. I have this idea, whatever. And then somebody gives us money, and we go forward with the idea. So I hope that the couple of examples that I'll give you from Brazil will help you see what we could do. One or two ideas from Brazil. So one example is Brazil used to use gas or gasoline for our cars. From actually there is a Brazilian company called Petrobras that would extract oil, and it burns. It's not as clean burning, and Brazil doesn't have as much oil as many countries. So we wanted to make sugarcane. So I'm assuming Uganda, sometimes you do have the sugarcane that grows, and we wanted to make alcohol from that. And here's what we did. We made cars that are flex fuel. That means if you drive a car in Brazil, you can either put alcohol from sugarcane or oil or gas, normal gas, right? And this made Brazil change its energy consumption scenario from 100% oil, like fuel-based, that kind of, high emission, to 44% renewable. And this is the bottom right here. 44% of Brazil's energy is renewable nowadays. And I think and it reduced the emissions, right? So here on the left side, you see that ethanol intensity is 62% of emission below what gasoline is, what gas is. So this is one example of something that's been going on for, I think, the last 30 years. It's taken Brazil a long, long time to make alcohol, from sugarcane be viable for cars. But now we finally, worked. So this is what happened. That we cut the dependence on imported oil, and we saved money, of course, with that. We employed more people because there were more people now planting sugarcane. And there were engineers, like people who went to school with me trying to make car engines that worked well with sugarcane alcohol. Used to be not true. When I was a child, there was no way anybody could put sugarcane alcohol in an engine, in a car engine, and make it work. The carburetor was like dirty immediately. It got stuck. It was a pain. And then the long-term policy. So if you want something to change today, it's very hard, right? So Brazil had to give people time and a little bit of money, probably more money than a little bit. So there was 30 years or 40 years of development. It's not the kind of thing that we could do in 1 week. And I have the feeling some of this may work for Uganda or other sources of renewable energy, if not sugarcane. The second example, I do have 3 examples then. The second example is change people's idea of what a forest is. So if there are families that have some money, instead of using for material goods, they used to buy land and reforest the land. So reforestation has become the kind of thing in Brazil that people now are interested in. And so I think changing the perspective of the population by saying, here, we want more plants, we want more trees, we don't want to burn down the trees, is the kind of thing that really helped in Brazil. The last example that I'll give you, I promise, this is the last one. Brazil does not recycle almost anything, and I think it's similar to Uganda in that sense. And what happened was that even in the US, if you return a glass to the grocery store, you get like 2 cents or 3 cents, okay? Which is 3 cents of a dollar. In the US, nobody does that because they don't think it's worth doing it because it's 3 cents. But in Brazil, they started offering money for these aluminum cans, Coke cans or soda cans. They are made from aluminum, and Brazil had designed a very good system for recycling those, but nobody brought those cans, and they started paying money like 2 cents also, or 1 cent. All of a sudden, people who used to live in slums in Brazil realized that they could go around picking those cans, and 100 cans a day would give them, let's say, $1 a day. And I am sure you can appreciate people who are below poverty level, so people who do not make $1 a day could spend 1 or 2 hours picking up cans from trash and bringing to the company that wanted to recycle them. So now you see here, there's 281,000 waste pickers, but they are picking specific things. And now they are organized in cooperatives, co-ops, I think we say in the US, and they are recognized by law. Sorry, that's a typo here. And they recycle, they as in Brazilians, recycle 95% of all their aluminum cans. Of course, if you talk about glass, if you talk about paper, other things, we recycle next to nothing. So really, Brazil needs to take this and say, here, we're gonna do this also for paper. We're gonna do, and I know Uganda maybe has something. So I've seen people picking through waste in Uganda. But it was not in Barara. Actually, it was not clear to me. This is a question to you: is there something like that already in Barara, maybe, where you can pick through waste or through trash and get glass, for paper, and then go recycle for money? So anyway, this is the kind of thing that maybe we could adapt. I don't know. So why is it that I'm I'm showing all this, is that I don't think copying something that worked in the US or in Brazil will work, but maybe adapting one of these ideas, we can translate them to specifically Barara, to Must, or Creative Campus, or UCOVs, that can be the people who are working there, moving, from the idea in Brazil that I showed to what could we build. So I'm not really, I'm giving up ideas, giving you ideas here, but I have no idea really what you have to work with and what you're interested in. So I would love to go through specific examples with you, and look at other places and discuss with each team their ideas and what my experience has been, or what I have. So I don't know if I need to go this, turning waste into water quality. So what are the problems? I feel like I don't know your constraints and what ideas could work there. I only know what I've seen before in Brazil. In particular for the trash collection, I was part of this as an undergraduate. There were 600 students, and the government or the university said, hey, we're going to give you $10 for the 2 best ideas. And then there were like 300 ideas, and they ranked them, in the 2 best ideas moved forward to like the national level. And I think this is one of the reasons now this aluminum can thing actually worked. So I have more questions than I have solutions for you. So does your solution work with the people, what people already have or what people want to do? Is there a policy? And I know in Uganda it's much harder than in the US to make legislature to enact something, an idea that you have. It's very hard to make a pilot idea become, national solution. So, and I think it's just a thing for us to know. So why is it that I am talking to you today? And I will be here on Wednesday, as Sankara said. I have a presentation more on prototyping. And then on Thursday, I will make myself available, actually also after this week. But I believe that the students, or while you're starting your career, you are very close to the problem at hand. So it's critical that you are there in Barara, as opposed to here in the US. It's not that easy for me to go test solutions. You are free to change things. So you are at the right time to try to change the status quo there. Oops, what is this? Okay. And I would love for you to try several ideas and see which one works. So it's much easier to try 10 ideas now than hire a company to actually implement one of them. Oh, this is supposed to have the 5 steps here. That's funny, it's not showing. So This is a general idea of the engineering design cycle, that you pick an idea that is very close to your heart, not an idea, a problem that's very close to your heart, and see what people have shown that works elsewhere. Of course, we want the closest to Uganda, so possibly an African country has come up with an idea on how to solve that problem. And then we'd like to build the cheapest possible prototype, and that was the paper airplane. How do you show sometimes an app, and you show just drawings of the app, and then it would be best to partner with the community. So if there is somebody in the community who has that problem or can implement the solution, this would be our best idea to move forward with the prototype, and then publish or share or ask for more money. We can go get grants from the US, to hopefully from the Gates Foundation, for example, to move the idea forward. These are my references. And this is my last slide. The conservation is our problem, of course. It's an engineering problem. So we already have some tools. I'd love for you to borrow from Brazil, if there are solutions in Brazil that you can use, and then translate to Uganda. And I'm happy, well, not happy, I'm interested in being part of this. So please know that I am available, to you, and I want to work with you in projects that are not even my expertise. So I believe in the students in Barara. It's very close to my heart, the time that I've been there, and I really want to go back. And please, if I don't know how easy it is for you to copy this, linkedin.com, I don't know, /in/ this is my name, and then it's 3B19134, or you can send me an email, I'll send you a link. How's that? And I have a YouTube channel, but that's for my class. But if you want to take a look there, it's mostly electric circuits, so I don't think it matters to you. And this is it. So I'm open to questions. It's been 45 minutes, so I hope we have some time, Sankara. And if you want to type on the chat, I'll also be checking. Oops. Oh, I see there is a chat.
I believe the session has been insightful, and one of the takeaways, or one of the lines that caught my eyes, that you as a student spend on 10 ideas the money that would actually take, that would be spent on one commercial side. And what that means is that it tends to get to be quite affordable in that line. So do we have some questions for Prof? We have a few questions that Prof can respond to. Okay.
Thank you, Prof. I'm Rogers Tinkasimira from the planning department. I happen to have a background in land use planning. I picked interest in the first slides where you were highlighting how the robot arm, the feeding arm, it's no problem. I picked interest in the feeding arm, and I was closely relating it to how best we can use this arm or the entire machine to trap the wastes from the river. Take an example, using this arm to collect empty bottles within the stream. I am interested to know whether this one is environmentally friendly in case of heavy rains. Secondly, are we able to get the materials like in Uganda? You see, on this level, in terms of global growth, US is a bit highly standardized in terms of materials manufacturing and whatever. So are we able to access the materials that can help us work on the same equipment that can actually help us to regulate the waste garbages in the river? Then, lastly, my question also goes on the plants. You have highlighted the hyacinth, the plant hyacinth, the one that covers the entire river. Me, as a field person, I have interacted with this plant. It is succulent in nature, and actually it can also regerminate. Like where it goes, it doesn't take like 1 day to drop roots. What could be the recommendations that you have seen that can work for us? At least we employ them here. Thank you very much.
Okay, Prof, let's get all the questions so that you could be able to answer at a go. Do we have some more questions for Prof? Okay.
Thank you, Prof. I have a question on the units of the carbon emitted through a single smoke cooking fire. So did the study statistically test the relationship between the poverty level and the biomass dependency? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Quite insightful questions there. Do you have ladies in the house that could want to drop a comment? It could not be a question, but talk to Prof. Yeah, this is a time where if she's not laughing, she's looking at the phone. just really.
Okay, thank you. I'm Susan Ipaingba, a student doing Bachelor's of Nursing. So maybe from your presentation, you talked about some undergraduate projects, one of which came to my attention was the sustainable fridges. I'm wondering, yes, you talked about that they are charged like by solar, but then aren't there some after effects in case you just leave it out in the sun?
Okay, do we have another question? Just like one final one? We have our gentleman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My question is about when, for example, when we are transferring from the ideas which have worked from, let's say, Brazil to this country, there is a comment I continuously saw that we should consider also governance when you are making an innovation. And for example, in this sector where we're going to innovate, I think most of the innovations that could come up, they would easily succeed with like government policy favoring them. So my question is, what ideas or strategies would you give for us while trying to innovate around such an area? How strategically would we move that our innovations get through successfully, and what are the red flags we should watch?
Okay, the red flags we should watch there. I believe there are no more questions. Okay, because after Prof answering, we will be closing the day. Okay. Thank you very much. So, Prof, there you go. Those are the questions. Mine would also just want to get it from you if you have seen programs or if you know any of them or part of any that would actually allow innovations that even when they are started in Barara, they could have an opportunity to either launch in the US or Brazil or any. I don't know if you have really interfaced with those programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sankara. Thank you, Susan. Thank you, everyone, for these great questions. I don't know that I know the answers, but I will attempt. And please feel free to email me to continue this conversation, but also ask me again. So hopefully we'll have more time. I know now we are running out of time. So first, using the arm for trash collection. This is a great idea. The university that I am at now has a company that delivers food, and I know Sankara has is it SIBO, or the company that does food delivery with people? Here it's a robots. So these little robots go around the university just delivering food, and one of my students wants to put an arm on it to then collect trash. So this is a great idea. The first person who asked, absolutely, yes. And if you will have materials to do it, I think it's a question to Sankara, but there is a chance we have some money to buy supplies and make one of these arms there. I'm happy to help. And if I can send something from the US, I will. And then your second question was, how did I find the information about the CO2 emission by a single stove? I think it's a model measuring CO2 for one day and then multiplying by 365. But maybe I did not understand your question. I can try sending you information about that. So, and what happens is, if you see that black smoke, so you should not be smelling that, like try to not stay close, because some of that is black carbon. So CO2, if it's the better cooking stoves, then it's clean smoke, like it's you don't see black coming out, but sometimes it's not 100% CO2, so there's a percentage of it. It's carbon black's even worse for your health. And then the second question was if there is a correlation between poverty level and biomass. And I believe there is, and the more money people have, probably the cleaner they can use energy. But also, maybe I'm not understanding your true question, which is there something we can do about this? So even being poor, can we be more sustainable? I think it's very hard, but I'm not sure I understood your question. So please feel free to ask me again. And then I think Susan was talking about two of the projects that so the solar table. So the solar panel table, yeah, you leave the solar, you have a table and there's a cover with a solar panel, and it stays in the sun or rain or snow. And we've had this table there for 10 years, and it's generated a lot of energy. And over time, it hasn't. Sometimes when it's blocked with snow, then we have almost no energy, and someone goes there and puts snow out. But I'm assuming Uganda would not have that problem because you guys never have snow. Is that true? Yeah. And then, so the two last questions, I think that's the one I remember the best. It's like, how do you translate? How do you successfully translate projects or have government buy-in? And in the US, so actually what Sankara is doing is asking, for example, the Department of State in the US to support us. So now, as you are here in this Tech Advanced Bootcamp, we are funded by the Department of State in the US. So projects that you guys come up with are more likely to move forward because we can now ask for more money. So the more the university and the government supports us, the more likely we are to move forward, because we can tell the next person, like, the government already put money into the project that we are doing, so please help us move forward. If nobody ever helps us, if we just do this in air, it's much harder to get government buy-in. So going through a university that's a public university, for example, MUST is a university that is funded by the government. So we are assuming that what we're doing here is stamped by the government. And then what are the red flags? I think this is the main one. If we have an idea, it's better to have like these 10 ideas. Like, which one do you want? You want this, 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 and oh, I want this one. Let's move forward with that. And then I think Sankara's question was how, what, where, and oh no, he said, how do you do this in the US? And I know Sankara and I are trying to do this, to pitch ideas that worked in Uganda to now, make them work in the US and expand. And I think this is the kind of thing I would love to keep being part of, to help use what you're doing as an incubator and then expand into the US or Europe or Brazil or whatever. So anyway, I realize I've just answered all the questions in 3 minutes, so I don't know if we have any more time or not, but let me know.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Once again, quite insightful there. And like we said, we will be having her joining all throughout the week and also beyond the bootcamp. So in case there are any insights we need to get from her, especially when we finally land at our ideas that we'll be working on, because what comes next is you people are about to go to the river tomorrow. Quite a number of activities will be there. So in the morning we come here, gather just like we came. We receive a few partners who will have 1 or 2 things to, kind of share with us. We have our breakfast, and then we can then go to the river. We have a number of trees that we are going to plant together. But while we are planting trees, we want you to engage the stakeholders that will find there. This could be any officials that we go with, representing any conservation kind of officers, but also the communities that we are going to be able to find there. Now, the most important of that visit is actually for you to find out on, or firsthand get to know about these challenges that are around the river, what are people saying, and what is it that is actually happening. And then we expect that from there, when we, for instance, return, we should have a session around ideation. We should be later in teams and, kind of start shaping up around ideas. So more of the feedback from Prof will be coming tailored to different ideas or different solutions that you will have as different teams. We believe it is going to be a very important week. Prof, you will allow me request if there is anyone that wants to deliver a vote of thanks, and right after that, I will invite Dr. Sarah to actually close the day. Do you have anyone willing to give a vote of thanks to Prof? Ooh. Wow. This is where we say, our eyes seem to say that you can be able to thank Prof. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for your presentation. My name is Akanyayo Arthur, and we had me reporting from this side. We had a good day where we went deep about this bootcamp, and at least by tomorrow, when we are resuming to the field, we know exactly what we should do there. Thank you for your time and being there, that at least you can be a learning material. And I promise that everyone who attended both physical and online will be able to learn from you and continue. Maybe if you allow and remain available for us, because you are a resource. Thank you. Thank you. From this side and on behalf of them, allow me say thank you and have a good morning from that side and a good evening this side. Thank you.
I'm hoping all of us have been inspired. I can hear myself. I'm hoping all of us have been inspired. I want us to be open-minded. What she's echoed, I think we've talked about earlier. Please be open-minded. When you see the weeds, do not say all the weeds. Huh? Can you get angry enough to say, I need to do something about this? As we interact with the community, as we interact with our stakeholders, please ask deep questions. Be here early enough because we need to. Be open-minded, okay? We're going to ask deep questions. When you come tomorrow, we're going to do a little bit of, what's the word? Mocking, so that we know exactly how it's going to be when we get into the field, yeah? Do not ask questions and say, how are you? Okay, what is the pain? And somebody tells you, you see, I have a stomachache, and you're like, oh, okay. We're going to go deep. We ask why, how, when, you know, until we get to the core of what the problem is. We do not want to go into the field, waste it, come back, and we are ideating, for lack of a better word, shallow ideas. We're going to go deep. So I want to say on behalf of Project 5, I thank you so much for turning up. And as we ideate, I'm hoping we can also have a little bit of the fun. Let me invite Dr. Karoma to come and close this session.
Okay, thank you. I was wondering, since we are going to River Easy, shall all the ideas we bring on board be about saving rivers, or even if it's another idea that is saving our environment, conserving it, it's welcome on board? Like we are ideating towards only rivers.
Okay, the theme is saving rivers. Okay? Now, rivers has a lot of problems. I want us to keep to the theme. Yeah? Remember when we went to Queen Elizabeth? You were part of that team. And that theme was tourism. We were ideating tour products. And I think there was a time, I don't know which team we were working with, the team with Rogers. That team was the Ankole cow. So we were ideating for the Archer project. This theme is conserving rivers. It may turn out to be a social entrepreneur, like enterprise, like I shared with you, Patrick Mujizi, who was taking your gold into something else. Or it could be an actual business idea where you're actually getting hard money. Okay? But bottom line, the theme for this bootcamp is conserving rivers. So everybody, everything you see, everything you hear should be targeted towards us coming up with an innovation to deal with whatever pains you're going to hear tomorrow. Dr.
Thank you very much. Good evening, innovators. I don't know whether it's already evening. How are you? How has been the day? I hope now you have learned. You know, we want to come from class. The knowledge we acquire from class, we go and apply it. Now we are going to application tomorrow. someone was asking a question whether you can do something different or whether it's about rivalries. Since you're going to rivalries, you may find different challenges, as Sarah said. And then from those challenges, you can do everything. The presenter Natalia was asking, is engineering a conservation problem? So it may be engineering and conservation, right? Of rivalries, right? It may be health. It may be a health problem for those who are from the health sector. It may be a social problem for those who are from the social science aspect. It may be a business problem, right? So it may be an environmental problem for those from the environmental area, and it may be an agricultural problem that is affecting rivalries. So anything, everything can affect and also benefit rivalries. So anything, any idea you come across that you think can be helpful to rivalries, whether it's social, environmental, economic, business, health, etc., can be helpful. My role was to close the bootcamp for today because the activities still go on. I thank everyone. I thank the students for responding, for showing interest. I know majority have gone home, right? So they did not show interest. They didn't want to spend an extra week. So showing interest is one thing, and also learning and getting extra knowledge is also something else. This skill can help even in future. I see some students when they go out to the field, they tell us we have a student community training project in FIS. So we take students every Thursday to the community. They sit together and come up and ideate, actually. Look at the challenges associated with the communities, work together and come up with a solution. So when they give us feedback in the field, they say, STP has been helpful to me. STP, in their offices, STP has been helpful. So this bootcamp for only 1 week can be helpful to you in the future than even the rest of the course, everything that you have studied. You find that this one which you acquired from here, interacting with the community, interacting with the rivalries, learning to ideate, you start a business out of this, and you find that's what we are doing in the future. So I thank you so much. I thank the mentors for coming and also for supporting the students. Sankara, can you clap for Sankara? Yes, Dr. Sarah, the youngest doctor on board. You see, she has a lot of energy. So everyone should say, I want to be like Sarah. Then we have Nuriat. This one has a lot of ideas on innovation. So, and she's motherly. So you can contact her. She's a young mother. Contact her. She will tell you a lot about ideation. And then, I don't know whether Professor Manasseh is still here. I thank the presenters today, Dr. Prudence. We can clap for Dr. Prudence in absentia. Then we have our PhD student, Ayebare Patience, who presented online, and Professor Natalia, who presented last. So from those presentations, I believe you have learned a lot, which you are going to go to the field and apply. So you don't need a lot in order to apply. But only these presentations, in 1 day, you don't need the whole semester. You go out and apply the knowledge. So I thank you so much, and I thank the organizers also for thinking about students. Sometimes we do things as lecturers, as matures, but also involving students and our own students, our math students. I always tell people that if I have a job, I start with my students. So who will employ my students if I don't start with them? So most of the opportunities, I prefer that we start with our students. We have to promote our own. So let's go out in the field tomorrow and see what our own can do. We test the quality of the students we want to send out to the field. I thank you so much, and I request you not to miss. At least follow this program. Ensure that every day you're present, unless you're sick. But if you're not, since you have given it time, extra time in the semester to do this, ensure that you participate. And in this kind of ideation, in the groups, I hope we shall have interdisciplinary groups. We have someone from engineering, someone from computing, someone from medicine, someone from gender. So when you come with different lenses from your profession. Someone will look at rivalries with an engineering eye. Where are those from engineering faculty? First. Yes. Another one will look at rivalries with agricultural eye, the lens, agricultural lens. Where are those from agriculture and environment? Then another one will come with the gender lens and say, if women and men were also involved in this, then would ideate like this. We have anyone from gender? We are missing something important. Then those from planning, the planners. Yes, so these ones also come with the lens, a planning lens, to say that now, this one, if we model it like this as a planner, I think it can help us in future. And now we are going to look at the concept of sustainable development, see that what we are doing around rivalries tomorrow, planting that tree, will save a future generation. So whatever you are doing, you should say, what is the sustainability in this? So everything you are doing, think about sustainable development. What you're doing now, how will the future generation find it? I thank you so much, and God bless you.